did not. Unfortunately, it ended in his demise, and quite frankly, I think he would have been killed had he stopped nonetheless. These guys had an agenda, they had something that they wanted to do, and they armed themselves with weapons and started chasing this man down. So I don't think anything that Ahmaud could have done at that point in time would have resulted in him being anywhere else than on an autopsy table. So back to your original question is yes, I think they're going to have to take the stand and they're going to have to explain
Could
how they got to this position.
it could because if they take the stand, we saw, frankly, the dismantling of character witnesses during the bond hearing earlier before this trial came on. People that got up and said, you know, the McMichaels are great people, and then through it, we also learned that Roddy Bryant has a social media history, or at least through texting, of racist behavior. That seems to me like a massive problem if it were to be presented in front of the jury. And by taking the stand, you are likely going to open that door, are you not? And isn't that something that needs to be thoroughly examined if you're representing these three, especially Roddy Bryant, because you could argue right now he is in a different category in terms of reasonable doubt, what he knew, etc.
You know, once again, Ted, I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think he's in a separate. I think Roddy, in my opinion, is just as culpable, if not more, in that all the information he had was a black man was running and white men were following him. Let me give chase as well. So I don't think Roddy. I don't look at Roddy's conduct any less culpable than the McMichaels. In fact, I think that he is more culpable in that he didn't have any idea what was going on. He didn't know if Ahmaud and one of the McMichaels had gotten into a fight or anything. He didn't know. He just decided, I'm going to jump in, not knowing what's going on, and I'm going to pick a side. And the side I'm going to pick is to trap this guy that I described then as a rat and try to run him off the road. I just I don't think that he is
But what about
any
the
less culpable
neighbors
position.
helping neighbor? What about the argument neighbor helping out neighbor? I don't know anything, but I do know my neighbor
Right.
seems to be pursuing this individual, black or white, and I'm going to step up because I live in this neighborhood. He has the potential of connecting with a juror, does he not, or two, on that premise?
Well, Ted, we cannot take excuse me, take out the issue of race. The issue of race is it's preeminent in this case. So it's not black or white in this case. And I would hazard a guess that had Ahmaud Arbery been Andrew McGillicuddy, this would not have happened. So we can't take that issue out, and we can't take out the fact that in Georgia they had this citizen's arrest statute, and it was born straight out of post slavery. So we can't ignore that. We can't pretend like this is not a factor in this case. And to do so is to do disservice to Ahmaud and what happened to Ahmaud and what happens to black and brown people in this country. But with that said, no, I don't think that's a viable argument. Helping your neighbor is, hey, if there's a storm coming in, I'm going to pull in your garbage cans. Or, hey, I see someone breaking into your house, I'm going to call the police. Not try to run someone off the road because you think they might need your help. I don't think that's a viable basis for helping your neighbor, particularly when it ends in the loss of life for a whole nother human being. So, Ted, I'm going to agree to disagree with you on that point.
Absolutely. Completely valid. Understand. Let's do this. Let's get a break in here. We do expect they'll be back in live testimony in Brunswick, Georgia. They took a 10-minute break there, so the medical examiner will be back on the stand. The resumption of direct we expect in the next minute or two. So we'll get a break in here and get you live into the courtroom when we return. The clock continues to tick here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, nearing almost 1 hour of deliberation in the case against Kyle Rittenhouse. This is Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins, live in Kenosha, Wisconsin, where the deliberating jury has been at work for about an hour. Considering the fate of Kyle Rittenhouse, let's get you back to the courtroom in Brunswick, Georgia. The break there, the mid-morning break, is over. The medical examiner back on the stand. Let's listen in.
No personal items were found. No phone, no wallet, no weapons,
Nothing?
nothing.
And the projectiles that we've already talked about that were in State's Exhibits 342 and 343, they were sent internally within the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, but to...
We haven't talked about all of the projectiles.
All right, let's go ahead and talk about all the projectiles.
Well, we found something that looked like black plastic fibers in the wound to the chest and axilla or armpit. And this was sent to the crime lab for identification, and it turned out to be botanical material, meaning some sort of plant. That's just another thing. That's a very unusual thing to remove from a shotgun wound. And
All right, so let's talk about this. When you first were examining his body, this stuff that turned out to be botanical material, where was it?
well, it was within the wound.
The one up here in the
In
left
the,
armpit?
Yes.
Like how far up in the left armpit?
Well, I don't remember exactly, but it was not on the surface.
Okay, not on the surface. All right. In addition, when you first described it, what did you think it was?
I thought it was black plastic fibers because I could only presume that it came from a shotgun shell, and usually the things in the shotgun shell are either lead or plastic.
So you sent it off to the trace section,
Yes,
but they determined it was botanical material.
yes.
Do you have any opinion about how botanical material would have gotten up into the wound track on Mr. Arbery underneath his left armpit?
And it was black, so it leads me to believe that it somehow had gotten into the barrel of the shotgun, possibly while they were struggling, and maybe pointed it down into the ground and came up with this botanical material.
Okay. So we've talked about the botanical material and the pellets that we are looking at in those two exhibits sent off to Brian Leopard.
That's correct.
Now, here's the thing. Once Mr. Arbery had been shot in the torso right here, how in the world did he keep moving?
Well, this is what is called the flight or fight reaction. And when you run into a situation that is stressful or that you're afraid of or is going to cause anxiety, your body will, the amygdala in the brain will correlate a flight or fight response. So it stimulates the adrenal glands to secrete adrenaline and noradrenaline and cortisol. And this has the effect of raising your heart rate, raising your blood pressure, dilating your pupils, even your acuity for hearing improves. It also shuts down the blood supply to the bowel or the gut, so that more blood can go to the muscles. And this prepares you either to run or to fight.
Okay. So, if Mr. Arbery had been under a very stressful situation for 5 minutes, okay, and we're talking fight or flight takes place, has he already got that adrenaline going in his system at that point?
He would, as soon as he realized that there was a threatening situation, that response would start.
And flight, meaning I gotta run away.
Right.
Okay. What happens when you can't run away anymore?
Well,
I'm going to object. Beyond this witness's expertise, the area in which he's been qualified, and it's asking for speculation.
Lay foundation, it's sustained unless there's a foundation.
Do you have the expertise to address that particular issue of why someone who can no longer flee or run away would turn and fight?
Well, it's,
Objection, that was not his testimony, Your Honor. His testimony was after the first shot, what would have allowed his body to continue to move. What Ms. Dunikoski is now asking about is whether or not how he reacted before the first shot, and that's not a proper area for inquiry with this witness.
I'd sustain the objection, asking for a foundation. I understand you were trying to lay a foundation.
That's what I was trying to do.
Depends on the foundation. See what his expertise and knowledge is.
And that's what I'm just going to ask. Doctor, do you have the expertise and knowledge based on all your years as a medical examiner, forensic pathologist, to address fight or flight responses?
well, it's the fight or flight response, so after you could no longer flee, you might fight.
Now, anatomically, when we're talking about having been shot right here in the torso, okay, did those pellets hit his or pierce his heart at all?
They did not pierce his heart.
Okay, so the heart's still beating.
The heart's still beating.
What did they pierce within his torso?
Well, they got the fifth right, the anterior, well, first of all, they got the lower portion of the sternum, the breastbone. They've got the anterior fifth right rib, the fifth right intercostal space, that's the space between the fifth and sixth ribs. It got the anterior sixth right rib. It got the right middle lobe of the lung, the right lower lobe of the lung, and then it got the lateral 6th through 10th right ribs and the corresponding 6th through 9th intercostal spaces.
So did it break ribs 5 through 10?
Yes,
All right, so all the ribs over here got broken, 5 through 10.
yeah, yes.
What happens when you break all of these ribs over on the right lateral side?
Well, it becomes difficult and painful to breathe. And also, there is the intercostal arteries run on the lower edge of those ribs, so you would bleed into the chest cavity.
All right, so when we see Mr. Arbery with all the blood underneath him at the crime scene, was that due to that blood into the basically chest cavity?
Yes,
All right. So the gunshot wound to this torso, was that a fatal gunshot wound? If he had never gotten this one under the arm, would that one in the middle of his torso have killed him?
yes.
Was there anything EMS or the officers could have done on the scene to save his life from the torso shot?
Well, they could put an occlusive dressing on the large defect, but you would still have the exit defects in the back of the chest. And they couldn't do anything about the bleeding as long as the heart was beating.
So would he have just, in other words, is there anything they could have done on scene to save his life?
No.
And then I think lastly we have State's Exhibit 413. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 413. I'm just going to show you the exterior of the bag. Prior to coming in here today, were you able to examine all of the items collected from Mr. Arbery, including his clothing and the shoes?
Yes, I was.
All right, and is what's contained in State's 413 the shoes that you collected from Mr. Arbery?
Yes.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's 413.
No objection.
Judge, I object on relevance grounds. What's the relevance of these tennis shoes?
The relevance of these tennis shoes is to demonstrate that he wasn't.
Objection, Your Honor, if this is going to be a speaking response to this objection, we would ask that it be done outside the presence of the jury. This is an issue the court has been very clear about.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could just step into the jury room for just a moment.
All right for the jury. All right, jury stepping out for an extended sidebar, if you will. The 3 attorneys, 6 lawyers version of a sidebar on the defense side. We have to clear the courtroom in order to discuss things that are going to be more than just an objection by the judge. Vonda, Sergeant, still with us? This is the clunkiness of a trial with these many defendants. But the reality, oh, you know what? Let's listen in. Let's see. Let's listen to the argument, then we'll talk about it.
Ms. Starkowski.
Your Honor. The state does not wish to put in a large amount of his clothing due to the contamination situation. So we're not going to put in the belt and the pants and the T-shirt or anything like that. They have photos of those items. The shoes in the state's opinion are relevant because the state's argument is going to be simple, that Mr. Arbery, based on the evidence, when he would visit 220 Satilla Drive for a few moments and go in, would take off running into the neighborhood. That's the evidence. So this, of course, shows that that particular day he had running shoes on. This was what he was wearing. He walked up to the residence, and then he ran away. And these are just the shoes that he was wearing. So it's evidence of what he had on that particular day, his running shoes.
It's a backdoor way of entering into evidence what the court has already ruled so far the state can't do, which is to argue that Mr. Arbery is a jogger in the neighborhood. There is no relevance of the shoes in and of themselves. It didn't inform this doctor of anything he had to do in performing his autopsy. If the state wants to argue that Mr. Arbery is a jogger based on the fact that he's wearing tennis shoes, then we should have the right to provide, again, that alternative explanation for why he's running.
I join in with Mr. Rubin's objection for all of those reasons and reiterate now for the third time, the shoes and their condition and the type of shoes they are is just another way of saying to the jury, look how much he runs. He runs all the time. Therefore, that's what he was doing on 2/23/20 when they encountered him in Satilla Shores. If that's the relevance of the shoes, the state hasn't said it quite that way, but that's the only relevance of them it could be. It opens the door to us to say, well, then let's give you some alternative views for why he would be running in Satilla Shores on 2/23/20, what we had an argument about the other day and the court made a ruling. This isn't the same type of evidence the state's trying to introduce now.
Based on the state's explanation of why they're tendering this exhibit, we will join in the objection of the McMichael defendants. I'm very concerned about these shoes going out to the jury. My understanding these are in fact Max Air Nikes. Most but not all of these brand of running shoes, these athletic shoes, are running shoes. Some of those branded shoes are shoes for other events, such as basketball. Now we're going to be sending back these shoes without any expert testimony or other testimony establishing what kind of shoe they are for the uninformed and unguided speculation of the jury as to whether these are in fact running shoes or not. There's been no testimony, and unless there's something in the discovery I didn't see, there's been nothing presented as to the tread or the composition of these shoes to establish if they're running shoes. We're just going to send them back to the jury and ask them to speculate about it. That's highly improper. And I agree with the McMichaels. It's going to open the door to all kinds of testimony that I thought the state didn't want to get into. I object at this point to the tender of these shoes.
I won't tender the shoes. That's fine.
Okay. So I understand the tender's withdrawn. The tender's withdrawn then?
Yeah, I'll withdraw it. That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, let's go get the panel.
Yeah, can we inquire, though, whether the photograph of the shoes that was used in the opening statement, and apparently has been introduced somewhere along the way here, hasn't already done the same thing the actual shoes have done, so that the state will now think, well, we can go ahead and argue in closing argument by showing the photo of the shoes, what they argued in an opening statement, and that is he's an avid jogger. Again, we don't dispute that he was an avid jogger. We just dispute whether we can now offer an alternative explanation for his running on a particular day and place. So if withdrawing them now still leaves the state open to making that argument in closing, if they're indicating that's what they plan to do, then the door's open. And we should be allowed to give alternate explanations for his running on 2/23/20.
Well, as I understand it, the state has withdrawn the tender of these shoes, so that's not an issue. As far as opening the door, whatever evidence is in, and as far as the court is concerned, that door has not been opened. So let's go ahead and get the panel.
Yeah, if I may, just to clarify then, if we don't know whether that's the argument in closing until they get to the closing and the evidence has been closed, then we've lost our opportunity to provide an alternate explanation for what I anticipate will be an argument by the state to the jury.
No, the door has not been opened. If that's an argument that's made simply based on a pair of shoes that Mr. Arbery was wearing, that's what he was wearing at the time in the neighborhood. But there's other evidence that can be argued. So no, it has not opened the door to matters that have not come into this point.
May I inquire though, Your Honor, because I'm really trying to follow with you and perfect the record, not arguing with the court. The shoes, though, are of particular evidentiary concern to the state and obviously, therefore, to the defense. His belt is of no concern. His shorts are of no concern. The shirt's value is minimal. It just shows where he was shot. His underwear is of no concern. The shoes, though, are critical, as I see it, to the state's argument that they've set up from opening statement forward. So I'm not sure what the court's saying. Other evidence that has been introduced has to do with the evidentiary value of the shoes. And of course, the shoes themselves now are being withdrawn, but the photos the argument's been laid. I think the door's been open already. That's our position, Your Honor.
I rule the court has specifically said, based on what I understand of the evidence at this point, the door has not been opened.
In a related point, Your Honor, under Georgia law, the state has the opportunity to open and close. In this part of the state, prosecutors typically waive the opening portion. I think Ms. Dunikowski has indicated that she's not going to waive the opening portion. My concern is the court has discretion over closing arguments, and I would ask the court to require the state, if they're going to address this running shoe argument in their closing, that they do it in the first half or first portion of their closing so that defense counsel can hear the state's argument for the first time before we have to respond. Otherwise, the state's going to come in after everybody's rested and throw this argument out there, and we're not going to have any options other than to try and object to it. And it's a notice issue, not just a fairness issue. Not just whether it's based on the evidence, it's a due process fairness issue for the state to come in after all the defendants already rested in the trial and put forth some novel argument, some clever argument based on these photographs with respect to these running shoes. The court has the discretion to require that argument, if it's going to be made prior to defense counsel having to give their closing statements, unless the court's planning to allow us to reopen and re-argue the case after the state is done.
Why don't we reach this at some point that's more relevant to where we are in the trial? I'd like to get the jury back in to finish this witness's testimony. The state has withdrawn its tender. If you want to raise that matter later, you're welcome to do so, and we can address that. Let's go get the panel.
Okay, they're going to get the jury. We're going to get a break in. Be back right after this. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins in Kenosha, Wisconsin, where we have our first development in the proceedings against Kyle Rittenhouse, the deliberation process. Not exactly a question, more of a request from the 12 jurors. They asked for 11 extra copies of the jury instructions. That was handled outside the presence of the jury. The judge just handled that request. So you read into it however you like. They all want their own copy of the jury instructions as they continue the deliberation process. An hour, 22 minutes now in. Let's get you back to Georgia, to Glynn County, Georgia. The medical examiner on the stand now being cross-examined.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and tell us who provided you the information?
Well, Alexis Brown, who is a death investigation specialist, was contacted by Deputy Coroner Christy Rozier of Glynn County.
So Ms. Rozier from Glynn County Coroner's Office gave information to Ms. Brown, who works for you,
That is correct.
and passed that on to you.
We wrote a report, yes.
Ms. Brown wrote a report.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware that there was a video of the shooting in Satilla Shores?
I was not.
Okay. When was the first time you were made aware of that video?
I don't recall. It was certainly after I wrote the report.
It was after you wrote the report. Of course, the video itself became public in April of 2020.
Well, that's probably when I heard about it, yes.
When it hit the news, did you connect it to Mr. Arbery's case?
Well, I would have connected it to Mr. Arbery's case, yes.
Okay. So that was May or June, would that be fair to say, of 2020?
Well, I'll have to go with you because I have no recollection exactly when it was.
Okay. Did Ms. Brown, Ms. Walden, or you say at that point, oh my gosh, we have a video of the shooting, let's go back because we could amend our report?
No, I don't think anybody said that.
Okay. Was there anything preventing you from obtaining a copy of the video from Glynn County Police or the GBI so that you could look at the video and compare it to your report to see if you did want to be more accurate in your analysis of the case?
Well, there was nothing preventing us from doing it, but I don't think we saw any reason to do it.
Okay. No reason, I guess, because your report was your report.
Well, I don't understand that question.
Well, you changed your opinion on a couple matters after viewing the video.
Yes.
So when you say there was no reason to look at it in May, June, July, August, September, etc., I'm not sure I understand your answer.
Well, I can tell you when I first saw the video, it wasn't broken down into individual frames, and it was really difficult to tell exactly what was going on. It was so fast.
Okay. Did you ever contact the GBI and say, hey guys, when you slow this down, or when you do break it down or get it enhanced, call me up because I'd love to look at that?
No, I never said that.
So on February 24th, you did your autopsy and you examined the shirt as we saw in the photographs. And then the shirt was sent to the crime lab, was it not?
Yes.
To be examined by crime scene analysts, not crime scene analysts, by GBI crime lab technicians like Brian Leopard.
Well, yes.
Okay. You knew at the time you did the autopsy that Mr. Arbery was wearing the shirt, right?
Yes.
And you knew that since you were examining shotgun shots, that shirt came between the muzzle of the gun and his skin.
Yes.
Okay. Did you then at that point request Mr. Leopard to examine the shirt to see what he found in the shirt?
I did not.
Wouldn't that be standard procedure when there's an article of clothing between a shotgun or a gunshot and the skin of the individual?
No, it is not standard procedure.
Did you later learn that Mr. Leopard, in fact, did an examination of the shirt and came to a different conclusion than you did in terms of muzzle to target distance?
I did.
Okay. When did you first become aware of Mr. Leopard's conclusion that it was a contact or near contact wound?
I believe on September 23rd of this year.
Of 2021?
Yes,
So if he testified yesterday that he came to his conclusion, I think in June of 2021,
yes,
he didn't call you.
that's correct.
The GBI didn't call you.
That's correct.
This Cobb County District Attorney's Office didn't call you
That is also correct.
to see if it would make any difference. It was Laura Hogue who contacted you to see if Mr. Leopard's conclusions would impact your analysis.
Well, no, I found this out on the 23rd. Laura Hogue contacted me on the 29th
Of September.
of September, yes.
Okay. Prior to, well, you found out from who?
Well, we had a pretrial meeting with the prosecutor, and Brian Leopard was there.
Okay, so that's the first time, September of this year, a couple months ago, is the first time you understood.
That's correct.
Okay. For everybody's concern, I'm not going to touch the shotgun in evidence, but I have a very poor simulation, just a piece of tubing.
Okay.
Your initial analysis of target to muzzle distance was 3 to 4 feet,
That's correct.
based on the wounds that you saw.
That's correct.
And 3 to 4 feet would be approximately this distance.
From where to where?
Well, I'm sorry, from here to the front of the bench. That look about right?
Looks a little long. Yeah, probably about that.
Does that look
Yeah.
about right?
Yes.
That's a big difference in analyzing a case from inches.
Yes.
Okay. When you examined Mr. Arbery, I think you testified that he was 5'10", 164 pounds, muscular.
Yes.
And you may not have testified it, but you found in your examination you had tattoos along both arms. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did you analyze that tattoos at all and provide that information to law enforcement?
I did not. We photographed the tattoos, though.
And provided your photographs to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. He was wearing tan cargo shorts.
Yes.
He had on a camouflage bandana, right?
Around his neck, yes.
And a tan bandana.
Yes.
Also around his neck or somewhere
Yeah,
else?
around his neck.
So 2 bandanas. In examining his body, did you note that his toenails were very long and dirty?
I did.
You've testified to the 3 wounds that you found. Center
Yes.
chest, left upper shoulder, armpit area,
Yes.
and I know these are not the technical terms that you...
No, those are fine.
And then the right wrist going from thumb to pinky graze along the right hand.
Yes.
Am I saying that right? I think you used the term radial to ulnar,
Radial to ulnar or thumb to little finger.
thumb to little finger. And would it be accurate to say that the path was along that way, or are you saying it was
No,
this way?
the path was, it was kind of triangular, and it was, the axis would be perpendicular to the long axis of the arm.
Could you show that again for the jury?
Well, we have a picture of it. I think that would be the best way to show it.
You want me to go through 1,095 pictures?
And I don't. Maybe I could do it.
Well, let me see if I can easily access the photo. Oh, it's right on top.
Okay, that's the picture.
So is it going like that?
Well, I think the picture speaks for itself.
Well, I'm asking you if
Well-
you could help us here.
Why do you want to sit down, maybe use a pen to show what he would describe?
No problem with that at all. Dr. Donahue, can you step down and maybe help us?
Step down.
If you sit down, the document's right there on the document camera.
Okay,
Let me get this door for you.
thank you.
And Mr. Rubin, did you say which exhibit number?
State's Exhibit 12.
Okay, State's Exhibit 12 shows the wrist and the thumb. And,
You're gonna do me a favor and just put your pen so we can see it on the board.
Okay, there it is.
Okay.
And that is going from the thumb side to the little finger side.
Okay. And I guess my question is that like straight across?
It's
Or is it at an angle?
It looks like it's a triangular wound. It's expanding as it goes farther.
Okay. And so what does that tell you about that wound?
Well, it tells you that it probably started on this side and the shot dispersed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. You knew at the time of your report in April that the gunshot wounds on Mr. Arbery's body were the result of a struggle over a shotgun.
Yes.
Okay, and you knew that from the information gathered by, I think you said Alexis Brown.
Let me just check on that. Well, it says an altercation that resulted in him being shot multiple times.
Well, it says a struggle over the shotgun in your report, does it not?
In my report,
On page page 5 of your report, didn't you state that the 25-year-old black male Ahmaud Arbery died of multiple shotgun wounds sustained during a struggle for a shotgun?
yes,
Okay. So you were aware at the time you wrote the report that there was a struggle over a gun.
yes,
You were aware, were you not, that Mr. Arbery in fact had his hand on the shotgun?
well, if there was a struggle, I guess he did. I didn't have any video of the incident.
Okay. And the video wouldn't change that. You saw, in fact, in the video and in the frame-by-frame, a struggle over the gun.
Right,
You saw in the frame-by-frame that Mr. Arbery had his hand on the shotgun, correct?
yes,
You saw in the video and in the frame-by-frame that even with the wound to the wrist, Mr. Arbery was able to swing punches and hit Travis McMichael.
yes,
Nothing about the radial artery or the wound that we saw in Exhibit 12.
ulnar artery,
What did I say? Radial artery, not radial artery, ulnar artery.
yes,
Okay, nothing about that wound, the blood spurting, or any other damage to the tissue prevented Mr. Arbery from holding the gun with one hand and swinging and hitting Mr. McMichael with the other hand.
that's correct.
Of course, as the medical examiner, it's not your concern of what led up to that moment.
I'm not sure I understand that question.
You don't know what happened at Larry English's house.
No,
You don't care what happened at Larry English's house.
well, I don't know that I don't care.
Because you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah,
Okay. You didn't ask about what happened at Larry English's house. No one reported it to you.
well, there was television coverage of that.
I mean officially.
Oh, no, officially, no.
Okay. It wouldn't change your opinions in this case. You're looking at the body and reporting as a scientist what you see on the body.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever reconcile with Brian Leopard why you came to the conclusion that the chest wound that you examined, that the target to muzzle distance of the chest wound, in your opinion, is from 20 to 3 inches, and Mr. Leopard's opinion is it's either a contact or near contact, which he describes as an inch? Did you ever reconcile that?
Well, I told him that I thought that he was shot through the wrist in front of the chest. And no, I guess we never reconciled that. Although, I felt because we kind of agreed because we both said it could be a close contact wound.
So the one area of agreement that you have in your muzzle to target distance is you both agree it's at some point it could be within an inch or inch to 3.
It's possible, yes.
Okay.
I said 3 inches, yeah.
You said 3,
Yeah,
but he testified to 1, and you disagree with that opinion.
Well, I don't disagree with it, but my opinion is 3.
Okay.
Because you have the wrist there, you can't get any closer.
So let's talk about that for a second.
Okay.
You were asked by the GBI back in May if you could determine the sequence of shots.
Yes,
And through Shannon Walden, you reported to Lawrence Kelly, that's his right name, Agent Kelly, that you could not determine sequence of shots, right?
that's correct.
Okay. You were asked actually by the FBI in July of 2020 if you had an opinion about the sequence of shots, right?
Yes,
And you reported to the FBI that no, you don't have an opinion as to sequence of shots, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, by July of 2020, certainly, you were aware there was a video.
yes.
Did you say to the FBI, you guys, if you want an opinion, bring me the video, and I'll look at it for you?
Well, that's not how it runs. Usually somebody, there's a prosecutor who will contact us and we'll talk about the case, and at that time it might come up, but we don't continue to work on these cases if there's nothing happening.
Okay, but you were being contacted now by 2 investigative agencies and asked your opinion. You were aware they wanted your opinion about this.
Well, I'm not sure why they wanted my opinion about it. In fact, the people should know generally we do not have opinions about the order of the shots.
It actually is something that's fraught with danger for a medical examiner to give an opinion about the order of shots.
The medical examiner just can't do that. I don't know how he could do it.
Right.
This is an exceptional circumstance where there's a video.
Right. And that's what you told the FBI is, we don't do that. That's not something our office does.
Correct.
Okay. But once you were provided the video, you now, as you've testified, do have an opinion about the order of shots.
Yes.
Okay. And it's based on your analysis of the frame-by-frame photographs from the video.
That is correct.
All right, as we approach the top of the hour, we need to step away, take a break. We'll get you back into the courtroom live in Brunswick, Georgia in just a bit, and you can see the clock ticking away. An hour and 40 minutes. This jury has been deliberating the fate of Kyle Rittenhouse. Julie Grant will be here when we return. Stay with us.
Karma Confidence shows curated personal loan offers with outstanding chances of approval.
Now that's smart.
See your offers and apply with Karma Confidence today.
Credit Karma. Download the app today.
A very good Tuesday afternoon to you, and welcome to Court TV Live. I'm your midday host, Julie Grant. We're covering two big trials for you today. We're on a verdict watch in Kenosha, Wisconsin for the trial of defendant Kyle Rittenhouse. The jury's been out for about an hour and 45 minutes. We've got the clock on your screen. If we hear anything from the jury room, we will keep you up to date. In the meantime, we want to go back to Brunswick, Georgia. The trial of the three men accused of murdering Ahmaud Arbery is nearing the end of the state's case in chief. Let's go in for more of the cross-examination of the state's medical examiner.
And I'm asking him, is there any evidence that Mr. Arbery could no longer flee?
So you're asking what that's based upon?
What his testimony was based upon.
Go ahead.
Okay.
What, could you repeat the question?
Sure. I believe you testified on direct examination that someone in the fight or flight mode, when they can no longer flee, can fight.
They can,
Okay.
yes.
You didn't see any evidence that Mr. Arbery could no longer flee, right?
Well, no, I didn't.
Okay. You examined his body. He was a muscular 25-year-old man, right?
Yes,
Looked to be in good shape from the autopsy, physical shape.
yes,
Okay. And so there was nothing physically preventing him from continuing to run, right?
no,
And nothing, in fact, from the video you examined from the neighborhood preventing him from running.
that's correct.
Okay. You described the basis for the adrenaline dump and cortisol running through his veins as caused by stress.
Or fear,
Or fear,
yes.
anger.
Anger too, yes.
Okay. And you have no idea what he was afraid of at that point in time, correct?
Well, there's a man holding a shotgun out there.
Right? So could have been afraid of being shot.
And there was a man following him in a pickup truck.
Okay. Could have been afraid of being caught.
Caught, I don't understand.
Do you know if Mr. Arbery was afraid of being caught?
I don't.
Right. You don't know what you don't know.
Well, yes, I don't know what I don't know.
Okay. You testified that there was nothing that could be done on scene that could save Mr. Arbery's life. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
The phrase you used when you talked to us in March is, he was essentially dead before he hit the ground.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me 1 minute. Thank you, Dr. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any additional questions from the defendants?
Not from Mr. McMichael.
Not from Mr. Bryant.
Any redirect from the state?
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further from the state. Of course, we reserve the right to recall the doctor.
Thank you, doctor. You can go ahead and step down. You are subject to recall.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is noon. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. We'll break until 1 o'clock, and then we'll continue with the evidence at that time. Thank you.
All right, for the jury. Seated.
Anything in state for recess?
No, Your Honor.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Ms. Ryan.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're in recess then until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, there you heard His Honor. They will be in recess in Brunswick, Georgia for the next hour. And at some point very soon here, we're going to get you a live report. Our Court TV legal correspondent, Julia Janae, has been in and out of that courtroom reporting on this case. There's a pool of media reporters who are allowed to go in and out and take turns. But we have some more details for what you may have missed when we were in Kenosha. That is where the other big trial we are covering is happening for you. The defendant there is 18-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, 17 years old at the time this incident occurred back in August of 2020. Now, this morning, we went into this day not knowing who exactly would be on the panel. So we started out with 18 people, and they did the raffle box, as you saw, the names being pulled out of it. Alternate jurors were selected. So now there are 12 men and women who are hearing this case. They make up the jury, and then there are 6 alternate jurors. So on the jury, we have 7 women, 5 men. 7 women, 5 men. They are all white, and 1 man appears to be Hispanic. The alternates, it's an equal number of men and women, 3 and 3 there. They went out at 10:15 a.m. Eastern Time, which would be 9:15 a.m. Central Time, where this case is happening in Kenosha County, Wisconsin. And we're going to get you a live report as well from Court TV anchor Ted Rollins. He is field anchoring his show in the morning from Kenosha, and he's going to be joining us live with an update on what the members of the jury asked the court for. We've gotten word that they have asked the court for something that they want in the jury room to assist in their deliberations. So we're going to share that with you as well when we come back after this break. Thank you for being with us here on Court TV Live. We are your front row seat to justice. with us here at Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. After nearly 2 weeks of testimony, the attorneys for both the state of Wisconsin and the Kyle Rittenhouse defense team delivered their closing arguments on Monday. Now, the jury must decide the question of whether the incident was self-defense or murder. Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter takes a closer look at the competing narratives.
This is someone who has no remorse, no regard for life, only cares about himself.
In a packed courtroom with his freedom at stake, 18-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse sat and listened as prosecutor Thomas Binger told jurors that during last year's chaos on the streets of Kenosha, Wisconsin, Kyle Rittenhouse stood out.
The only person who shot and killed anyone was the defendant.
Rittenhouse shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber and injured Gage Grosskreutz. Rittenhouse testified that he shot all three men in self-defense, breaking down on the witness stand.
We're going to just take time for our break anyway.
He broke down crying about himself, not about anybody that he hurt that night.
Prosecutor Binger went through each shooting, starting with Joseph Rosenbaum, who Binger emphasized was unarmed.
This is a bar fight. This is a fist fight. This is a fight that maybe many of you have been involved in. Two people, hand to hand, we're throwing punches, we're pushing, we're shoving, we're whatever. But what you don't do is you don't bring a gun to a fist fight. What the defendant wants you to believe is that because he's the one who brought the gun, he gets to kill.
Binger then addressed the fact that after Rittenhouse shot Rosenbaum, the protesters chased him down.
The crowd has the right to try and stop an active shooter.
The jury must decide if Rittenhouse, who was 17 at the time, was acting in self-defense.
You lose the right to self-defense when you're the one who brought the gun, when you're the one creating the danger, when you're the one provoking other people.
When it was his turn, defense attorney Mark Richards told jurors that Kyle Rittenhouse came to Kenosha to protect property and provide medical aid, and only after he was attacked did he fire his weapon in self-defense.
Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community. He was asked to provide help in protecting property at the car sources. It started, and he did it.
Richards characterized all three shooting victims as aggressors, especially Joseph Rosenbaum.
Kyle shot Joseph Rosenbaum to stop a threat to his person. And I'm glad he shot him, because if Joseph Rosenbaum had got that gun, I don't for a minute believe he wouldn't have used it against somebody else. He was irrational and crazy.
All right, that was Chanley Painter bringing us that report there from Kenosha. The jury out for nearly 2 hours. They went out this morning, 9:15 a.m. Central Time. Of course, we'll let you know if we're hearing anything from the jury room. We're going to get a report for you from Ted Rollins, as the members of the jury did ask for something to assist in their deliberations. Want to make something clear. I've gotten some really great questions from so many of you on Twitter. And so first of all, thank you for that. One of the questions I've been getting is with burden of proof. Now, something that is a rule of thumb you can take with you in every single criminal case you see on Court TV. The burden of proof always stays with the state. The prosecution has it at the start. They have it till the finish. It never, ever, ever goes to the defense, even when you see them putting on a very robust case like this one, where they're making what's called an affirmative defense presentation, the self-defense evidence that was presented. The defense has, under the law, what's called a burden of production. And the standard for that is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a very low standard. It's preponderance of the evidence, basically 51% to 49%. Is there enough that the judge should instruct the jury that, hey, this incident may have happened because the person accused acted in self-defense? And so it's a burden of just production. They just put forth enough evidence so that it would warrant the judge instructing the jury that, hey, this case may very well not be a murder as it's charged. It may be a self-defense case, a justifiable homicide case, justifiable shooting case. And so then what happens is, after the defense fulfills their burden of production, the case goes to the state to disprove that it was self-defense. So the state has to disprove that the defendant, in this case Kyle Rittenhouse, acted in self-defense when he shot those three people. So hope that helps to clear it up and provide a little bit of clarification. And these are principles that you can take with you in any case, not just the case against Kyle Rittenhouse. With that, we are going to squeeze in a quick break. We have lots more ahead. In particular, going to answer some questions about that gun charge that was dismissed. We're going to have a full breakdown for you. I'm going to go through the law in Wisconsin. The judge was correct to dismiss that charge. It should not have been on that indictment. I'll explain coming up this hour of Court TV Live. Good Tuesday afternoon to you and welcome to Court TV Live. I'm your midday host, Julie Grant. We're covering two big trials for you, the state of Wisconsin versus Kyle Rittenhouse and the state of Georgia versus the McMichaels and Roddy Bryan. These are cases that the country is watching, and we have live coverage for you this afternoon of both cases comprehensively here on your front row seat to justice. Live in Wisconsin, we have Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands bringing us the very latest, and live in Brunswick, Georgia, we have Court TV legal correspondent Julia Janae, who we'll get to in just a moment. Ted, great to see you. Walk us through, please, how we got to the final panel that's deliberating the case right now there.
Well, this morning, the 18 members of the jury that were on the panel arrived at the courthouse here in Kenosha County, and that's when they got out the old drum, the wheel. They put the numbers of it was very dramatic. And they put the numbers of each of these jurors in, and then Kyle Rittenhouse, and they brought it over to Kyle Rittenhouse in a Hunger Games-y kind of moment of picking out the 6 people that would not participate. So he basically picked the alternates out. The 12 then went out to start the deliberation process, and then the other 6 are being held at the courthouse here. A lot of times they'll tell alternates, don't talk about the case, go home, keep your cell phone next to you. If we need you, we'll call you to come back to the courthouse. They're actually keeping the alternates here during the deliberation process in a separate room. But, the other 12 are now at it, and they have begun that process in a couple hours. There was one development this morning. The jury asked for 11 extra copies of the jury instructions. So if I'm the state, that's a good sign. It means that they are going through the law, and they are going through it in a fashion that everyone has their own copy. That's what I would take away from it. That's all we've heard so far from this jury.
Ted, thank you so much for that. I also understand that outside of the courthouse, probably pretty close to where you are, is Jacob Blake's uncle, Justin Blake. Jacob Blake, of course, the police-involved shooting of him became the catalyst for those protests in Kenosha, as you know, Ted, and our viewers know who've been following this case closely. What has his uncle had to say, if you know, please?
Well, he's been a mainstay here. There have been crowds. A couple days, there have been very few people. Every day, Mr. Blake has been here every single day, and coming in and out. He talks to anyone who will talk to him, and he is there. He says for Jacob, he gives updates on it, and he's very opinionated. I know we talked to him. We'll take a listen.
There was some stuff said that should help iron this stuff out. They were given directives, if they follow and look at the videos, please discard all the sideshow stuff. Focus on the video. Focus on the sequence of things happening, and they'll find out this guy is guilty as hell. He's a clown. He tried to put on a clown show. He should have gotten an award. But the award we got for him is that jersey with all the numbers across the chest and a free ride for 40 years. That's what we got for his little act and performance. When you talk about, he's trying to make it seem he was the victim. Stop it. Listen, on the south side of Chicago, I'm from there. Nobody wants to fight somebody with an AR-15. I fought all over the streets when I was a kid, believe me, you. And nobody wants to confront somebody with an AR-15 unless there's something really going on. Why would these young men approach him if they didn't call him a shooter? He was a shooter. So you try to approach somebody to stop and muffle the harm that could happen to others. These guys were heroes, and they're going to get justice today. They're cowards. They're guys in a pinch position, and they're going to say and do anything they can to get their client off. It's ridiculous. Our nephew was a victim. These 2 guys were victims. Our nephew was shot in the back. These guys were shot in the back. One of the guys was shot in the back. It's time for the Americans to take a good look at themselves. We can't keep going forward like this. African Americans helped build the richest country in the world through slavery. We shouldn't be questioned about whether we can vote. We shouldn't be questioned about our civil rights and liberty. We shouldn't be attacked by police officers that we're paying their salary. So we really are at a transformative stage. It's a historical time.
And Julie, you could see outside, Julie, of the courthouse, too, there's a pretty good group of people out there with some signs. And what is interesting, typically in situations like that, you have, one side sort of on one corner and the other side on another corner. Here, they're standing right next to each other for hours. And, sometimes they are barking back and forth. Sometimes they're just staring at each other. But it's just a strange scenario taking place here. And, of course, the backdrop is there are a lot of eyeballs here. The Wisconsin National Guard has been activated. They are at an off-site location staging just in case.
Right, Ted. And as you mentioned, of course, there are supporters of Kyle Rittenhouse, some that want to be outspoken. We caught up with some of them, and we have a clip now we want to share.
I was actually here the first night of the riots before Kyle came out. It was August 24th of last year. And I was sitting right here on the steps and caught all the stuff, the cops getting harassed. And I went downtown and caught Bob getting harassed. And what's weird is I was kind of in that situation because people wanted to beat me up all over my sign. My sign said "Back the Blue," and about 20 people over here tried to jump me because of my sign. So I know Kyle was in a situation where his life was threatened, because if they were going to come after me over a sign, I guarantee you they came after him over the gun. This is my third time of being out front of the courthouse protesting. I was here the first day, and then I was here yesterday.
What did you think of the closing arguments?
They were pretty passionate. There were a few lies in there from the prosecution, but glad it's done and over with, and we're moving forward, and I'm hoping that they get to a verdict today so there can be peace with the city here.
What did you think of Kyle's testimony?
It was very heartfelt. It grabbed my heart because I'm a mother, and to see him and his mother on the stand crying, it really hurt my soul, because I feel like this is being blown out of the water for political reasons, and so if it wasn't, it wouldn't even be to this point.
All right there. So again, as you said, Ted, this case, it's very divisive. We know polarizing from the outset. So no surprise you see different factions there, but good to hear they're getting along, as you pointed out. And I wanted to ask you, please, about the members of the jury. We got word that they were asking for something to help assist them in their deliberations since they went back to the room. What can you share with us about that, please?
Yeah, this was a separate copy for each of the jurors of the jury instructions. So, they're sent back with one copy, and they asked Judge Schrader, can we get 11 more, please? Meaning they're going through it, or they're going through the law. And one would have to opine that that has to be a good sign for the state, because if you follow the law, you can get to the charges that they want. And they spent a lot of time, both sides did, but I would argue that the state spent more time giving jurors a potential avenue. And if they've each got a copy and they're going through it, I think one thing is clear: who's ever the foreperson is taking a methodical approach.
Right, most definitely. Ted Rowland, so great to have your insight from the courthouse there. Thank you for all of that. We are going to be turning our attention now to Brunswick, Georgia, where we are covering the other big trial the nation is watching, the killing of Ahmaud Arbery trial. We have Court TV legal correspondent Julia Janae standing by to give us an update. Julia, good afternoon. We know the medical examiner was called by the state this morning. Would you catch us up on the big highlights from his testimony, please?
Julie, this jury was hearing from Edmund Donahue, who took them through the autopsy photos of Ahmaud Arbery and discussed the exact wounds that he sustained from that shotgun. They were shown these pictures of his actual T-shirt where those bullets actually went through his body. Some of the takeaways are the location of the gun or the wounds on his body. The fact that Ahmaud Arbery's wrist was close to his body and that shot went through not only his chest but also grazed his wrist. So we know that that was that initial shot that the doctor said would have been paralyzing, the way that it entered the body. Also a shot to underneath his armpit, and something that the prosecutor wanted to get out, in addition to where these shots were in the body, was really how close range they were, how close that shotgun was to Ahmaud's body when it happened. And this video was slowed down. So here's a look at some of those exhibits that were shown to this jury, some of them very difficult for people in the gallery to actually look at. An important one were the shoes of Ahmaud Arbery, not necessarily to the autopsy, but something that the state wanted this jury to focus on, not only the tops of the shoes, but also the bottom of the shoes. And it prompted an argument because they wanted to show this jury the actual in-person shoes, the physical evidence, and not just the photograph. But the defense objected to it because the state had to admit they wanted to use it to show that he was a runner, that he often ran, and that the soles were run down. That's something that they promised in their opening statement. But the defense said, if you're trying to get in that evidence, then we should be able to get in other evidence of an explanation why he was there that day, not just that he ran as a habit, but that he was on probation, and that could have been a reason that he was running. The state decided not to tender that evidence. Those photographs were shown, but not the actual physical shoes of Ahmaud Arbery.
Got it, Julia. Thank you. And I understand the jury also got to see some new video of William Roddy Bryan joining in on that chase, the chase where they're going after Ahmaud Arbery. And I understand this happened 4 minutes before Ahmaud Arbery was ultimately shot by Travis McMichael. How did the jury react to it?
Oh, Julie, they reacted by taking notes, which is a little bit different than we see when it comes to video that they've been shown. There's so much video in this case. So much of it went public, things that we've all seen, some of it that went viral. But this particular video, if we can show it now, is something that this jury had not seen, but the public had also not seen. It's on William Roddy Bryan's home. It's his night owl camera. We've heard it mentioned before in this trial. And what you see is the beginning of his involvement in this chase. That white truck belongs to the McMichaels, and you can see Arbery trying to dodge it. The truck is backing up, and then Roddy Bryan gets into his black pickup truck to join this chase. Very important evidence for this prosecution in connecting Bryan to the chase and also what he knew at the time. If he's effectuating a citizen's arrest, this shows really how much information he had when he decided to join. And from the looks of it, you don't see much about what he would have known about Arbery, other than there's a white truck with his neighbors in it chasing him, and he decides to rather calmly get into his truck and then follow Ahmaud Arbery, and ultimately tells police initially that he cornered him and trapped him like a rat.
Right. Those words, I bet the prosecution's going to use those words, throw it back at him in close. I know I would if I was a prosecutor for the state. Julia, tell me, we know on Monday, as this case, picked back up, there was a lot of stir about who was sitting in the gallery, a very famous civil rights icon, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Talk to me about the reaction to him yesterday, and then what was the follow-up today? I understand that Kevin Goff spoke up again about him today.
Today, Kevin Goff made another motion on the record saying he wants the court to start taking note of who is in the gallery, actually make a record and update it and change who is sitting there. Reverend Jesse Jackson is actually here today again. He didn't sit inside the courtroom, but he is outside of the courtroom here supporting the family. This is a shot yesterday of him walking in with Marcus Arbery, Ahmaud Arbery's father, and his aunt, Diane Jackson. Once he got inside of the courtroom, that's when we saw an initial motion from Kevin Goff. We were expecting it because last week he already said that he didn't want, quote, any more black pastors sitting in the courtroom with the family of Ahmaud Arbery. That was in response to Reverend Al Sharpton last week. And then we heard this motion from Goff yesterday.
How many pastors does the Arbery family have? We had the Reverend Al Sharpton here earlier, last week. And I'm not keeping track, and I think the court has indicated the court doesn't intend to ask anyone to keep track of who was in the gallery. But I don't know who Mr. Jackson, Reverend Jackson, is pastoring here. My understanding is, and I was given names, that the Arbery family have local pastors. They also have attorneys. Mr. Arbery, Marcus, has a team of lawyers to comfort him through these proceedings. Certainly, Ms. Cooper has been amply comforted by her legal counsel. And we are concerned about whether it's conscious or unconscious, the impact of their presence with respect to the jury and with respect to the proceedings in this case. And I guess the next question is, which pastor is next? Is Raphael Warnock going to be the next person appearing this afternoon? We don't know. Your Honor, I would submit, with all respect to the Reverend Jesse Jackson, that this is no different than bringing in police officers or uniformed prison guards in a small town where a young black man has been accused of assaulting a law enforcement officer or corrections officer. And as I have noted before, the city of Brunswick is indeed a fishbowl.
Julie, it's clear the judge is getting tired of this repeated kind of motion. He's already ruled on it. He's already said there's no basis for him throwing anyone out of the courtroom. It's a public courtroom, and this is access to the courts. The family has the right, he says, to bring in who they wish, but it keeps coming up, and you can tell that the court is really growing weary of this line of commentary from Kevin Goff.
I bet the judge is, Julia, especially because there is no legal basis to exclude Reverend Jesse Jackson, nor was there a legal basis to exclude Reverend Al Sharpton. And Kevin Goff just keeps resurrecting these objections because he doesn't like it. Bottom line, too bad. All right, Julia, so lunchtime, and then what do we expect to happen after the lunch break? It seems like the state is really winding down here.
They are winding down. I heard a prosecutor yesterday telling Marcus Arbery they were getting close to the finish line. They were proud of him for hanging in there. We expect that there's going to be another Georgia Bureau of Investigation agent, Richard Dial, who's going to take the stand. We heard from Dial early in this case, back when there were the initial probable cause hearings during the pretrial phase, rather. Richard Dial is one of the lead investigators on this case once it was turned over to the GBI, so we can expect that his investigation, his testimony today is going to be lengthy, but then we could be getting very close to the state resting their case. Could be this afternoon, but more likely that it'll be tomorrow.
Very good. Julia Janae live in Brunswick for us. Thank you so much for your reporting. We're going to bring in our guests now. We have an analyst standing by in Atlanta, Georgia, to talk with us about this case. Joining us, criminal defense attorney and former prosecuting attorney Marcia Minot is with us. Marcia, always great to see you. Let me start, if I can, please, with this issue I was just chatting with Julia about with Kevin Goff, who continues renewing this objection about black pastors being in the courtroom sitting with the Arbery family. Your thoughts on that, please?
First of all, that comment is racially offensive. And I know that the court is frustrated based on the comments made by the court yesterday. And the most notable thing that the court said is that he is now of the belief that the defense counsels are not bringing things to the court's attention, but are probably intentionally trying to cause a mistrial in this case. Because if the court's ruled on an issue, it is incumbent upon an attorney to stop renewing that motion, especially when there's no legal foundation to support it.
Exactly. You know, that's the thing. I mean, this is kind of law school 101. I mean, courtrooms in the United States are public. Anyone can go in and sit and watch a trial. That's a beautiful thing in America. I mean, every defendant has the right to a speedy and public trial, but here it just seems like Kevin Goff, to me, seems like he's really losing focus and focusing too much on who's in the gallery when, it's my opinion, he ought to be focusing more on his case and the legal issues at hand, because at the end of the day, he just doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. Does he, Marcia?
He does not. And you know, what's important for your listeners to understand is that there was a time when judges were trying to exclude children from the courtroom. And the Supreme Court ruled that is unconstitutional. If the child is disruptive, the court can ask the child be removed from the courtroom until the child is calm and can be brought back in. But the court cannot just unilaterally exclude children overall. So if you can't exclude minor children, you definitely cannot exclude black pastors.
Exactly, Marcia. And something else Julia shared with me when we were chatting off camera a little bit more about the Reverend Jesse Jackson, and we keep showing that video where he's sitting with Ahmaud Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper, who's been visibly upset at certain points during this trial. And at one point, you can kind of even see it in the video, but apparently his mask had slipped down a little bit below his nose. And Kevin Goff even mentioned that. There, you can see it there if you take a close look at the video. But apparently Kevin Goff even made mention of that in his argument to try to exclude the Reverend. And I kept thinking, well, first of all, Kevin Goff isn't even wearing a mask. So, rules for thee, but not for me, as they say, number one. And number two, that just seemed so desperate to me. So is the issue that you don't like that he's a very famous civil rights icon and he's there, or you don't like it because his mask slipped below his nose? I mean, to me, I think he is so far afield of where he should be in trying this case. It's concerning. Final thoughts on the mask issue, please, Marcia, and then I have some more questions for you as well, please.
For Mr. Goff to be focusing on the mask, he is definitely misguided as to what he needs to do to save his client's life from a conviction. He needs to focus on the jury box, the evidence, and cross-examination of the evidence. To focus on a mask below his nose is clearly evidence that Mr. Goff is misguided at this point.
Exactly. Marcia Minot, thank you so much for all of that. We'll leave this discussion there for now. We're going to switch gears and talk with you about the Kyle Rittenhouse case after this quick break. So when we return, we are going to break down the issue that really made headlines yesterday, and that was the gun charge being dismissed. And many people were shocked by this. Some people expressed outrage about this. Legally, we can tell you here at Court TV, it was proper. We've dug into the statutes. We're going to explain it all next on the show. Thanks for being with us here on Court TV Live. I'm your midday host, Julie Grant. When the trial against Kyle Rittenhouse began, he was facing 7 charges in total in connection with the shooting incidents that took place last summer in August in Kenosha County. Today, as the jury is deliberating his case, he is only facing 5 charges. Now, this after that curfew violation charge was dismissed early on in the case, right after the state rested, because the state didn't present any evidence to support it. So the judge was right to kick that. Then the judge delivered another blow to the state right before closing arguments began on Monday, when he made the ruling that there was not enough evidence to support that possession of a dangerous weapon charge. Let's look.
If the barrel length is less than 60 inches, or an overall length less than 26 inches, then I'll deny the motion. If it does not meet those specifications, then this defense motion will be granted.
We are not disputing that the barrel length is appropriate.
Isn't legal?
It is not a short-barreled shotgun or a short-barreled rifle, yes.
Either by barrel or by overall length?
Correct.
All right, and then count 6 is dismissed.
The dismissal was proper, and we want to explain to you why. So the analysis begins with the charge. Kyle Rittenhouse was charged with possession of a dangerous weapon. What is a dangerous weapon under the law in the state of Wisconsin? Not an AR-15, not what he had. In order for a rifle like that to be dangerous, it would have to be a shortened rifle. And you heard the judge talking about the measurements and the specifications there. So the law says a short-barreled rifle that would be a dangerous weapon would be one with a barrel less than 16 inches or the overall length less than 26 inches. Neither was true in Kyle Rittenhouse's case. So under the law, what he had that day is not a dangerous weapon. Now, some people are asking, well, what about his age? As stunning as this may seem, in the state of Wisconsin, it is legal for someone 16 and up to open carry a rifle like that. Not concealed carry, but open carry. That is permissible. It might sound stunning, but that is the law there. So my question, as somebody who has served as a prosecutor and watched the prosecution concede to the court yesterday that, yeah, his rifle does not meet those specifications that would make it illegal under Wisconsin law. I wonder, why was this charge put on that indictment in the first place? I want to bring in someone who also formerly served as a prosecutor to help me analyze that question. Criminal defense attorney Marcia Minot, live with us in Atlanta, Georgia. Marcia, tell me, what are your thoughts on that? Why the state might charge that knowing it doesn't legally fit?
It sounds as if no one with the state looked at the statute and then compared it to the firearm at issue. If that had been done, the state would have known that including that count in their indictment would not have been permissible.
Exactly, Marcia. And, and I think this is a great example for us here at Court TV and anybody watching this case, that just because something is charged doesn't mean it fits the facts. I mean, how many times, when you harken back to the time when you were a prosecutor, how many times did you get something in from police, they charged a case, and you take a look at it, you go, well, wait a second, after I've reviewed this, this isn't legally accurate, this doesn't fit, and you make amendments, right? Or you withdraw charges.
You have to. That's why I explain to individuals sometimes that if an officer arrests you for 3 things, you may see an indictment that only has 1 thing on it or 2 things on it. Also, the vice versa, that if an officer only charges you with 1 thing, that when the prosecution goes through it, if we look at the facts and the evidence and we believe we can prove additional counts, we add additional counts that we take to a grand jury, and then the grand jury indicts an additional. So people get that confused a lot, Julie, because they'll say, well, the cop only charged me with 1 thing. How come I'm now indicted for 4 things? And that's because the facts and the evidence is what the prosecution believes they can prove at trial beyond a reasonable doubt.
Exactly, Marcia. And this was something that was brought up. And I remember it being brought up in one of the pretrial hearings. And I know there were several, and I can't recall if it was at the preliminary hearing or just at another hearing. It was done via Zoom. And I remember it was during a time when most of the country was, in lockdown because of the pandemic setting in. And I remember the defense was saying, look, that charge does not apply. It does not apply. And the state was saying, oh, yes, it does. It falls under, the hunting statute, and he was hunting people that day. And I remember getting chills thinking, oh, my gosh, like hunting people. And here, now that I know the facts and seeing the evidence, that wasn't all what the prosecution put forth in terms of their evidence. In that statute, I took a really, really close look at it last night. It has conjunctive language, so it does address hunting restrictions, but it also addresses firearms being possessed by people under the age of 16, not over 16. Rittenhouse was 17 at the time, and again, legally allowed to open carry. So it's a real head scratcher, and it's a real shame that this charge didn't get dismissed until yesterday, because I've seen many people unfairly criticizing the judge, and I feel like this is a place to clarify it. The judge is not exhibiting bias in dismissing that charge. He is following the law in dismissing that. That charge, in my view, should have been withdrawn by these prosecutors going into trial. Thoughts on that, please, Marcia?
A lot of times as a prosecutor, you have to be careful you don't get tunnel vision as it pertains to your case and your passion to prove what it is you believe you can prove. Now, there's something in the law called a demurrer, and the defense has to be careful. They can raise it to the state's attention, but you don't want to raise it too loudly, because if you do that before the case in chief starts and jeopardy attaches, all the state has to do is re-indict it. So I'm certain that the defense knew by looking at the law, looking at the weapon, doing the measurements, that they could raise it, but you don't want to raise it until after jeopardy attaches, because the state can cure it by just re-indicting the charge.
Oh, that's so great. Thank you so much for that. That's such an excellent point to remember with this. Tell me, Marcia, I want to talk a little more about the AR-15. And just for some clarification for some viewers who may not be familiar with it, that name originated from the gun manufacturer. Armalite rifle is what AR stands for. It doesn't stand for automatic rifle. It is not an automatic rifle. It's a semi-automatic rifle, and it doesn't stand for assault rifle either, despite sometimes there's misreporting on that. But we know it's been in the courtroom, and Thomas Binger, the lead prosecutor on this case, decided to use it in close. And I want to ask you about this, Marcia, because I was horrified at him pointing at it in the direction, or I should say vicinity, of the jury. It was pointed toward the wall, and we can see a little bit of it there. And you can't really see it in this video, but there are some still photos. We've got it on courttv.com, on Facebook. But he's actually got his finger on the trigger as he points it up at that wall. And he did, to his credit, he did say the sheriff checked it, it was cleared, it's safe. But when I watched it, I was horrified. And I'm all about showing the jury weapons. I mean, I'm all about, you hold it up, you display it, let them take a good look at how big that rifle was. But to point it in their direction, I was just, I was really stunned that he did that. I want to know your thoughts on that move, please.
A lot of times courts don't even want you to touch the firearm in the trial. They prefer for you to hold it, but they don't want you pointing it at anyone in any direction. And that is because firearms are such a peculiar thing, and it can kill. And you can think there's nothing in the chamber and there's one left in the chamber, and mistakes can happen, as we're aware of with even the Rust case as it pertains to the shooting on the movie set. So I was concerned. I was hoping, based on the Court TV angle, that it wasn't actually being pointed directly at the jurors, because it was difficult to see based on the fact that you cannot air, the faces of the jurors. But yeah, I think his point was to be able to show the jurors that he pointed the firearm to get to the provocation, and that may be why the prosecution felt that he had to show the jurors that provocation occurred when that weapon was pointed.
Oh, that's a really good thought, Marcia. That may be why he did it. And for any viewers who may not have seen the defense closing argument, defense counsel did pick up the AR-15, did do the same thing, pointed it toward the back wall, you see here, which to me, much smarter way to do that, to point away from the jury, away from any people. I wouldn't have pointed at all if it were me. I would not have. I would have held it up, let them see it, get close to the jury with it, show them that it's safe, as the state did. But, to me, you don't want anybody frightened in that jury box of that rifle. And so all that being said, we're going to leave it there for now. Great analysis from you as always, Marcia Minot. You're going to stay with us as we head to our next hour. We're getting word too from our field team that the judge is not committing to a cutoff time either for jury deliberations in the Rittenhouse case. He's saying that he usually leaves it up to them, so they could go very late tonight. I mean, we're talking even 10 p.m. Eastern time is a possibility if they don't arrive at a verdict sooner. We're going to take a quick break. Lots more is ahead for you here on Court TV Live. Thank you for being with us on this Tuesday afternoon. Good Tuesday afternoon to you, and thanks for being with us here on Court TV Live. I'm your midday host, Julie Grant. We're covering two trials that the nation is watching. The state of Wisconsin versus defendant Kyle Rittenhouse, and the state of Georgia versus defendants Travis and Gregory McMichael and William Roddy Bryant. We're in a verdict watch, too, in Kenosha, Wisconsin. 2 hours, 44 minutes and counting. This jury has been out. They've also asked the judge to have individual copies of the jury instructions. On this jury, 7 women, 5 men are deliberating. They are all white except for one man who appears to be Hispanic. And the alternates, 3 men, 3 women. And they're really being left to decide whether or not these shootings were illegal under the law or if they are justified under the law. That is the big question for this jury. And of course, in Georgia, we know the case of the 3 men accused of murdering Ahmaud Arbery is ongoing. They're out at lunch. They should be back any minute. We have team coverage at this hour for you here on Court TV. In Kenosha, Wisconsin, we have Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands doing special reporting for us this afternoon. And in Brunswick, Georgia, we have Court TV legal correspondent Julia Janae, who is standing by live with updates for us. And I am just getting word that the judge has taken the bench in Brunswick, Georgia. And so I'm being told before we go to Ted and Julia, we're going to take a listen.
It's President represented by counsel. Everybody settled in. Anything from the state before we move forward?
Nothing from the state.
From Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Brown?
Your Honor, we still have the motion from this morning before Your Honor. I believe the court has discretion if and when the court wants to hear from us.
Which, now I've got a matter under advisement, which was I'll just generally refer to it as the certified records that the court was looking at.
Your Honor, I believe I referred you, Your Honor, earlier today to the motion to prohibit any further conduct that may intimidate or influence jurors and otherwise interfere with a fair trial. That was a somewhat lengthy motion that I filed.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it hasn't clicked in my head yet. I was waiting for it to come up so I can review it. I took a quick look through a paper copy. It looks like there's a bunch of citations in it. That is too under advisement. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's stay ready with this next witness then.
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's get the panel.
Okay, and we're going to bring Julia Janae in live to talk with us over this video as we're watching and waiting for the jury to come in. Julia, earlier before the break, you told us that the next state witness is going to be someone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation that we've heard from, that big, long preliminary hearing that we watched. That was something like, I believe, nearly 8 hours. Because I remember we brought it to everyone live at Court TV, and this witness was on the stand for quite some time. Is that who we're going to be seeing?
That's who we're expecting. We haven't gotten a list from the state, but yesterday we were told that that was who we would be hearing from today. So if Richard Dial is not who's coming up next, he will be later in the day today. But that's who we're expecting to take the stand next. He's the one who really brought out some of the racially charged parts of these defendants' backgrounds in his testimony. We don't expect that to come out at trial unless the door is somehow open. But that was one of the big takeaways from his testimony when we were in the pretrial phase of this case.
Oh, definitely. And there were lots of motions in limine, right, to exclude several statements and the content of different posts, right?
There was. And it really goes to that opening of the door that it's not going to come in unless somehow the defense puts on good character evidence. Then the state may have the opportunity to bring in some of those comments and posts and interactions between these defendants and their friends that the state found to be racially insensitive.
Right. I had a professor in law school who used to call it the fairness dance. So if they start to put in that good character, the state can then rebut it with the bad character evidence. Julia, what about one of those motions? Remind us again, is that vanity plate coming in with the Confederate flag?
All right, welcome back,
The
ladies and
vanity
gentlemen.
plate can come in. It can be shown, rather.
Proceed with the evidence in the case.
Julia Janae, thank you so much.
State calls Agent Brian Smith.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Will you go ahead and please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is David, D-A-V-I-D, Bryan, B-R-Y-A-N, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation assigned to the Region 3 field office.
Okay, and what does Region 3 cover?
There are 9 counties that are generally in southwest Georgia, Americus, which is Sumter County, Lee County, Crisp County, Marion County, Stewart County, Webster County, Chattahoochee County, generally southwest Georgia, not as far south as like Thomasville, but southwest Georgia.
Okay. And you said you were a assistant special agent in charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And specifically, could you break that down a little bit more into your day-to-day duties?
Yes, sir. So I am an assistant special agent in charge. GBI office generally has 5 to 7 field agents, which are basically state law enforcement investigators. If you imagine a normal police department has investigators and uniformed guys and ladies, at the state level, the Georgia State Patrol would be the uniformed guys, and the GBI would be the investigators for the state police. Most field offices, the primary responsibility is to assist local agencies with resources and investigations in which they request resources, be it investigative resources, crime scene resources, or other technical resources. So that's generally what a GBI office does, is we assist local agencies with violent crime investigations, crime scene investigations, crimes against children, and other types of more serious crimes. In each office, there is a special agent in charge, and then there is an assistant special agent in charge. The special agent in charge is over the office. He's kind of like the police chief of a really small department. And then the assistant special agent in charge, which is what I do, I handle operational supervision task, as well as some administrative tasks, as well as the other title, I guess, that I have is I'm also the crime scene program coordinator, which means I'm responsible for training and assisting. Just as I mentioned how you have 15 regional offices throughout the state, each one of those offices has 2 crime scene investigators assigned to that office. So in addition to the administrative duties for the Region 3 office, I also assist with training, equipping, and in-service training for the 15 or 30 crime scene specialists throughout the state.
At some point, were you asked to become involved in the investigation of the death of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, and can you go ahead and tell the jury what your involvement was?
Yes, sir. So on May the 6th, 2020, I responded to the Satilla Shores neighborhood area here in Glenn County for 2 purposes. One, to do what is called digital mapping, which is using 3D laser scanners to digitally map the entire neighborhood, and then to use what are called small unmanned aerial systems, or drones for what most people know them as, to collect video footage and still photographs of the entire neighborhood. So basically digitally mapping, collecting videos and still frames of the entire neighborhood where this incident occurred.
Okay. And you mentioned a drone, or what was the other name you gave?
So they're technically called small unmanned aerial vehicles. But
Okay. And were you trained in the use of these vehicles?
Yes, sir. So law enforcement agencies do not fall directly under the federal Aviation Administration's what's called Part 107 requirements, where you have to basically have what's considered a pilot's license, but you couldn't really fly a real plane, but it's considered a pilot's license to operate small, and I'm just going to start saying drones, because saying small and manned aerial vehicles over and over again gets tongue twisting. The GBI has an 8-hour training program, as well as monthly in-service training requirements that we are required to fly the drones and operate the cameras and do digital mapping with them at least once a month. Most law enforcement agencies that use drones have what's called a COA, or a certificate of authorization, which allows them to use drones for law enforcement purposes. So some of the, I'll say, red tape for flying drones, which is really red tape for safety purposes, that does not directly apply to us. We have to contact what's called the NOTAM notification, where they call any nearby airports where there are flight towers to let them know that we're operating a drone for law enforcement purposes. That gives us that authorization. So it's not the same type of authorization that civilians would have to get, but we do have training and have authorization through the federal government to operate drones for law enforcement purposes.
Okay. Leading up to the day you went out there to take these drone videos,
yes,
were you briefed on some of the facts of the case, or how do you know what you were going to do when you got there?
Yes, sir. I was generally briefed on where the incident began, where the incident moved to, where the incident moved back to, where the incident moved to, where the incident, I guess, became final. So I was pointed out a number of residences that were landmarks, for lack of a better word, where certain things happened, certain movement points were established, and all of that. So I used that as kind of my beginning and moving points of areas of focus where to map and to collect videos.
Okay. Did you or did a team get together and decide what sort of height to fly this drone at? Could you tell the jurors what height you did and how you decided to do that?
So the peat moss and the oak trees made that decision a lot easier. I'm sure if any of you've had plenty of experience with that, and over in Albany we have the same sort of thing. The problem, for digital mapping and flying in the Satilla Shores neighborhood, y'all have these really beautiful oak trees that make the canopies. Well, the problem, if you get above those, you really can't see the street below them. And then depending on the time of the year, the peat moss will be hanging down, so you can't put your drone very high either. So it creates a fairly small window of usually between 5 feet and 7 or 8 feet above the ground, which is where I did the majority of the videos, because again, if you get above the trees, you have these canopies that make it very difficult to actually see the roadways and see the geography on the roads. And then if you get under the peat moss, you have to, and that's where in some of these videos you'll see the drone going along, and then it'll have to do this and do this and do this a little bit, because you have to, get around the peat moss.
Okay. And how did you decide what speed to fly the drone at?
I tried to go as slow as I could. One of the things that you learn as a crime scene investigator is that if you're going to take video, you have to go really, really slow with it, because if you just take a video camera and swing around, one, it's going to make the viewer sick from motion sickness, and two, the lens and the aperture actually doesn't have time to reset to get the lighting and all that kind of stuff. So you have to do it really slowly.
And can you give a general description of the route you took? You don't necessarily have to give street names, but kind of, can you walk them through what you did?
You don't want me to use street names?
You can if you remember them, or if you have them documented.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so I began on Satilla, where the house that was under construction that has been part of this case. I started the first drone video right there, where I'm looking at the house that's under construction, and then I turned south and moved down the roadway very slowly to the McMichael's house, turned toward the McMichael's house, and then back towards the road, back down to the main intersection where Satilla, Burford, and Holmes all come together. And then there's another video segment that goes down.
Pause you real quick, Agent Smith. There's a map that actually the defense produced today. Could you go ahead and hold this, if you can, and point to the parts on the map that you're talking about to orient the jurors?
Yes.
And Agent Smith, we have 2 jurors back here, so if you could just make sure, there you go.
Okay. Can I?
Or I can hold it for you.
No, it's good. I'm good. Got
Just don't fall over.
Yeah, it won't be the first time. So you can see where Satilla, Holmes, and Burford all come together right here. Can you see that? Right. Can you gentlemen see that? Okay. So I started right down here, and I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers right here on my notes, but I started down here on Satilla where the house that was under construction was. Took a video clip basically coming down this way where I stopped in front of the McMichael house and then turned and went back to this main intersection, and then had another video where we start at this main intersection where the final incident occurred, went down Burford to Mr. Bryan's house, and then turned around and came back, and then another video that goes down Holmes to where the incident transitioned from one direction to another and came back to the
Now, were these videos taken in short segments? Were they long segments? Describe to the jurors how you decided to do that.
So the particular drone that I was using was an Inspire 2 by DJI, which is one of the more popular drone manufacturers. It has the particular drone that we have uses a Zenmuse 7 camera that is it's actually a cinematography quality video and still frame camera. I don't have the megapixel specs right here with me, but it's a pretty high quality camera. So when you're shooting the videos, they wind up being pretty large files. I want to say they were 6, 8, 10 gigabytes per video, which is why if I had tried to do all the way down Satilla, all the way down Burford, back up Burford, up Holmes, and back down Holmes, I would have created a video file that was so large it would have been virtually impossible to do anything with it, which is why we wound up doing it in segments based on not only what information I had been given about where segments of the incident occurred, but just the sheer file size would have been difficult to transfer and all that sort of stuff.
Do you know how many videos you ultimately took?
I collected 25 video clips. I don't mind saying, as you were asking earlier, the PMOS and all that kind of stuff made some of the video clips shorter and wound up being a little more jumpy than I wanted them to be. So some of the video clips were to some degree repetitive in that I was trying to keep the video very still and moving slowly and all that. But we collected 25 video clips.
Okay. And at some point before the trial, you and I met, or you met with our team, and we went over those videos. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And did we show you a set number of videos that we were going to plan on using in trial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you reviewed those with us?
Yes, sir.
And are those true and accurate copies of the videos that you took?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. Judge, this time state moves to place State's Exhibit 128 into evidence, and that is a flash drive containing the 7 videos that we plan on tendering in court. And I have the names of them. I'll have the officer point out.
128. No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection.
I'm just going to pull them up real quick. We won't play them all the way through with you, Agent Smith. There's 8 here, but is there a duplicate?
The R. Bryan route finish.
There is one duplicate file on here, but do these look like the 7 that we went through?
The icons do appear familiar to me, yes, sir.
Agent Smith, is there anything else that you did during the investigation of this case?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, Judge, at this time, we'll pass the witness.
No questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
No question, Sean.
Thank you. You may step down. You are subject to recall. Thank you.
All right, we're going to squeeze in a break before the next witness is up. Stay right here. Court TV Live will be right back. Welcome back to Court TV Live. We've got a crime scene specialist called by the state in the case of the man accused of murdering Ahmaud Arbery. Let's watch.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your main role with some of the physical or the forensic evidence in this case?
I picked up evidence that was collected by Glenn County, and I transported evidence either to our office or to the crime lab.
And is that something that crime scene investigators do often as part of your job, is to transport materials or evidence interagency?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know the purpose of doing that?
To transport it to the crime lab to get it tested or to secure it in the evidence room.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term chain of custody?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors very briefly, because I think they've heard a little bit about this, but what chain of custody is?
The chain of custody shows the transfer of evidence from once it comes into law enforcement's custody. It then, each time it changes hands, if I was the one to collect it and then I transfer it to the evidence room, it will show each change of hands that it goes through.
And is that to prevent things like tampering with evidence, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have an opportunity to pick up a shotgun in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors what you did with that?
I transported it to the crime lab.
Okay. Do you remember what type of shotgun or anything like that?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Because you weren't involved with any of the analysis of that?
No, I was just transporting it.
Okay. Do you remember transporting any sort of ballistic evidence?
Yes, I believe I didn't collect. I transported the wadding from a shot shell and a shot shell.
Okay. You said a shot shell and a wadding?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. And feel free, if you can't remember exactly what you transported, you can go ahead and look at your notes, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you remember transporting any sort of clothing?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you remember transporting?
Let me refer to my notes.
Sure, not a problem.
I transported Travis's clothing and his boots.
When you're transporting evidence, is there anything you do to the evidence itself to make sure that you're able to document and log what you're...
We barcode it with our barcodes.
Okay. Do you happen to remember the barcode numbers, or not remember? I don't think you're going to remember,
No,
but
I don't remember.
do you have them in your notes?
I do have them in my notes.
Okay, let's start with the shotgun. Do you know the serial number or the barcode number that you put for the shotgun?
The shotgun barcode would be CC06014.
And then what about the shot shell? Or shot shell?
Shell. Give me just a second.
Not a problem.
Is CC06015.
Is there another number for another shell?
There's also CC06017.
And what about the shot cut or the wide?
CC06016.
And what about the clothing?
The clothing is CC06018, and then the boots are CC06019.
Did you also have occasion to do anything with any cell phone evidence in this case?
I believe I picked up some from Glenn County and then transported it to another agent.
Okay, do you remember what you picked up?
I believe it was cell phone data
Okay.
or analysis.
Do you remember who you picked it up from?
Parker Marcy,
Okay. And who did you give it to?
Lawrence Kelly.
And Lawrence Kelly, is that a GBI agent?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you remember doing anything with call record evidence?
I believe I picked up the records from Parker Marcy as well.
Okay. And are those call reports?
Yes.
In addition to transporting evidence to and from agencies, are part of your duties as well to photograph scenes, evidence, that sort of thing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that you may have searched or photographed, okay?
Okay.
Did you photograph any sort of vehicles in this case?
I did.
Okay. What did you photograph?
I photographed Travis's F-150 truck, and then I also photographed Roddy's Silverado truck.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 279 through 282. 279 through 283. Can you go ahead and take a look at this, look at these, and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, these are photographs I took.
Okay. And could you go ahead and tell the jurors where you took those?
These were at my office in Kingsland.
Did you have anything to do with the transportation of that truck to or from the Kingsland location?
No, I did not.
And, Your Honor, at this time, state moves to place State's Exhibit 279 through 283 into evidence?
Yes, I'll just maybe take a quick look at this.
And while they're looking at the photographs, do you remember what date you took the photographs on?
Let me refer to. That would have been on May 18th of 2020.
While they're looking through the pictures, did you also perform any sort of search on the vehicles at all?
On Travis's truck, yes, I documented the exterior and interior of the truck.
Okay. And when you say documented it, walk them through that process.
Okay, so when I documented, I photographed all the way around the entire vehicle on the exterior and also on the interior of the vehicle, just documenting everything that is on or in the vehicle.
Judge, we have tendered States 279 through 283.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're good.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Go ahead.
For the record, I'm putting on State's Exhibit 279. Could you go ahead and tell the jurors what we did here?
This is a photograph of the front of his truck.
Photograph 280.
This is just the side view of his truck.
State's Exhibit 281.
This is the back of the truck.
State's 282.
This is just showing the toolbox of the truck.
And State's 283.
This was paperwork that was found in the truck.
Right here. And what does that show?
It's kind of hard to see. The registration.
Is there anything else that you did in terms of either searching or documenting Travis McMichael's truck?
No.
Did you have a chance to go and perform a search on any other locations during this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, could you go ahead and tell the jurors what locations you searched?
I
participated in the search
I
of?
participated in the search of the McMichael's home and in Roddy's home.
You said Roddy's home?
Yes.
Do you remember the addresses?
I can refer back. Let's see here. I'm not certain on the address of the McMichael's house, but Roddy's house was 307 Burford Drive in
Okay.
Brunswick.
I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139 and 140. Could you go ahead and take a look at these and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, these are photographs I took.
And what are they photographs of?
These are photographs of Roddy's home.
Okay, and are they a true and accurate representation of the photographs you took?
Yes, they are.
And do you remember what day you went out and did that?
That would have been on May 21st of 2020.
Your Honor, this time State moves to place State's Exhibit 139 and 140 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
State's Exhibit 139. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of his home.
And 140.
This is just another view. This is showing the garage.
In addition to the outside of the house, did you search inside of 307 Burford?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And what did y'all collect during your search?
We collected several different electronics.
And what did y'all do with those electronics?
We transported them back to our office, and then they were taken to be examined.
By other agents?
Yes.
In addition to doing search warrants and photographing the houses and the trucks, is there anything else that you did in terms of video or pictures?
Yes, I did aerial photographs of Satilla Shores neighborhood.
And when you say you did aerial photographs, tell the jurors what exactly you did.
Okay, I was in a helicopter and we flew over the neighborhood and took photographs of the neighborhood from the helicopter.
Just 1 second. Record showing defense State's Exhibit 165 through 187. And when you're up there in the helicopter, you have a pilot?
Yes.
You have other agents with you?
There was another agent, yes.
Okay. And did y'all take explain to them a little bit more how y'all went around the neighborhood and how you decided, what pictures to take, that sort of thing?
Okay, we went all the way around so we could get view of the entire neighborhood from different angles. So we kind of just flew in a circle around the whole neighborhood.
Okay. And were you using a still camera, a video?
I was using a still camera.
And once you're done photographing the scene from above, what do you do with those pictures?
The pictures are then taken and attached to our summary.
Attached to a case file?
Yes.
Just 1 second. I'm going to show you the markers. It's Exhibit 165 through 187. Can you take a look at these photographs and tell me if you recognize what they are?
These are photographs that I took.
And are they a true and accurate representation and copy of the photographs you took that day?
Yes, they are.
And what day was that you went out there? Do you remember?
That would be, give me just a second.
Not a problem.
That was on May 7th of 2020.
Judge, at this time, state moves to place State's Exhibit 165 through 187 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
We're not going to go through every picture, but I'm just going to pick a few.
Okay.
Okay? Do I have permission to publish through these pictures?
Go ahead.
What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the Satilla Shores neighborhood.
It states 182.
This is also another photograph of the neighborhood, and in this photograph you can see the entrance on the left side.
Where my pin is?
Yes.
Is that the entrance?
Yes.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, this time state will pass the witness subject to redirect.
Can we approach?
While the attorneys are having a sidebar, we're going to have a break. We'll be right back in just 3 minutes. Stay right there. Let's go back into the courtroom together in Brunswick, Georgia.
Well, not the earliest, but the one that I have that's in compliance with what she did was November 18th. It looks like there's 3 documents that deal with the extra watch all around the same residence of 220. I don't have to tender all 3, but they have different times on them, I guess. That makes them relevant because there's extra watch happening at different times. Then I have suspicious persons starting on 7/13 going through. The last one is dated 2/13, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 of these within her relevant time period. And then there are, I think, the documents that we may have spoken about already, a burglary on 7/1/19 and entering auto on 12/8. Another theft entering auto on 1/20, that's for Travis McMichael. I would move these into evidence, Your Honor, and strictly be using essentially the dates and the nature of the call. These are not documents that would go out with the jury, but they are reflective of what she did and gathered. And now on cross, I would seek to admit them as the complete part of her testimony with these certifications. I wanted to bring that to the court's attention before I just did it, since I know the court is working through this.
From the state?
I'm going to ask that the lawyer who's dealing with the witness present for the state, please.
Well, she argued the motion earlier today, and this is exactly the same issue.
But we're on a different issue now. We're on cross-examination with certified records.
I'll permit the state to argue it's.
Thank you, Judge. Once again, ambushed with this stuff being handed to me at 8:30 this morning to have this witness testify to it. First off, saying she pulled them, what she did was she requested that the Glenn County Police Department provide her with these records. They were then provided to her. She then provided them to Special Agent Dial. Special Agent Dial reviewed all of these records, some of them twice. He then testified about these records at the preliminary hearing initially. So at this time, questioning this witness, I'm afraid, is going to end up in a lot of, yeah, I pulled all of these, and then we're going to go through each and every one of them with dates and the nature of the call. Well, Judge, if we're going to do that, then the state is going to want to have Special Agent Dial actually delve into this. It appears we're talking about the trespassings at 220 Satilla Drive. All of that's already in, including the 911 calls, including officers who responded have already testified. The extra watch on 11/18 is also related to 220 Satilla Drive. So after 11/18, we have some people doing extra watches in the neighborhood. Totally logical. The suspicious person reports I'm concerned about. I did review the stack that Mr. Sheffield said for me to look at. And once again, we've got some concerns because this is personal stuff. I need to go ahead and once again look at exactly which 9 we're talking about. But I think Agent Dial should be able to delve into, when we say suspicious person, we're not talking about Ahmaud Arbery. We're talking about 2 white people. When we talk about suspicious person, we're not talking about Ahmaud Arbery. We're talking about a contractor van in my driveway. When we're talking about suspicious person, we're talking about some unknown car that's there, and oh yeah, that's my brother. He's supposed to be there. So I think it's disingenuous to say, oh, suspicious person calls, and it's just that's the nature, without actually saying, well, the nature was some personal problems that these individuals had on their properties. The burglary on 7/1, once again, that was a false alarm. Nothing happened there. 12/8's the Herndons. We've already had Officer Rash testify about the Herndons and the white people that were doing it and the posting to Facebook. And then 1/1 is Travis McMichael. So I guess the state's request is if this is allowed and we're going to go through this, then the state wishes to go ahead and really go through it and dive deep into exactly what sort of suspicious stuff was going on. Because it's disingenuous to say suspicious people and then What they're going to argue is the neighborhood was under attack, and that suspicious person, of course, had to be Ahmaud Arbery. There's no other suspicious person in the neighborhood unless they understand that this suspicious person was my brother. This suspicious person was a contractor. This suspicious person was some kids in the neighborhood. There's actually a call for suspicious person on 4 kids hanging out in a driveway. So that's the kind of thing that if we're going to do this, the state has no problem, but let's do it right, and put in exactly what kind of suspicions the people in Satilla Shores had. So we would just, if we're going to do it, the state would like to be able to go into the underlying facts of this with these certified copies to demonstrate to this jury the nature of what they're trying to intimate here. Thank you.
The state has called this agent who did this work. So let's begin with that. This is the work of this agent. We didn't call this agent. Number 2, I have no problem with the state responding to evidence that the defense puts in. We have not sought to bar them from doing so. They can dive as deep as they want. I can be specific on the suspicious persons. We have an automobile break-in the area, made contact with the homeless man under the bridge. This is a subject that we intend to prove was actually something that the neighborhood was talking about. That's relevant, and it's come up many times. Suspicious person on 11-7. Gentleman on bicycle taking pictures of property, taking pictures. Caller approach said, it's this guy who's running around the neighborhood, and it was on Facebook. And they were concerned about who he was because they didn't think it made sense that he was, and they ultimately determined that this person was not wanted in the neighborhood. 11-17. There's a suspicious person that's noted as, oh, this is the 11-17 call. So we've really already heard about this one, but again, it's the record pulled by this agent. Then there's another suspicious person on 11-30. This one is someone is trying to get into their door. No one should be there. Everyone's at work. They knocked on it. I don't see how we could say this was Ahmaud Arbery. And the state could certainly point out there's no evidence that this was Ahmaud Arbery. And we're not intending to say that this was in fact Ahmaud Arbery. What we're intending is that there was a lot of criminal activity in this neighborhood that caused these neighbors concern that they were talking about. And this is but, one part of piecing together the puzzle. Doesn't always get put together in order, but this is one part of brick by brick, building the picture of what's going on in this neighborhood. 12-13-19, suspicious person. Caller is out of town. Her doorbell went off, floodlights have come on. Caller would like an officer to ride over. Caller's 2 hours away. These are things that are happening in the neighborhood. 12-17, suspicious person. This just notes on 219, the address of 219 Satilla Drive, there was a call that came in. Then it ultimately says home is clear, going to be in the area. So he went and checked it out. Now the home is clear. On 114-20, again, under Lanier Bridge, there's another suspicious person call about something happening under the bridge. This is, again, a piece of the picture of what these neighbors are doing, and we'll tie it up in our case in chief, but this is brick by brick part of what we're doing. Another suspicious person on 115. Gold pickup truck, white van, pulled into the yard. Caller is at work. Subject got out of the white van and got into the gold truck. They left. The caller's going to call a contractor to make sure it's nothing. This is not the one, as I understand it, that somebody was working on the house. That was back on Zellwood. This is on a different street. Again, but it's the way that people are reacting to what's happening in their neighborhood. And lastly, there are a group of kids possibly trying to break into cars. That's what this suspicious person. The state can point out that these are kids that are not Ahmaud Arbery. That's fine. We're not offering it as evidence of Ahmaud Arbery. We're offering it for whatever relevant value it has. And we suggest...
We are nearing the top of the hour, which means we're going to squeeze in a break. Lots more ahead, including we're waiting for that verdict in Kenosha. 3 hours, 40 minutes, and counting. Stay with Court TV. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. Let's go in together to Brunswick, Georgia, and hear more as the state's case is winding down.
There are all sorts of things that are hearsay that go beyond simply the business record itself, because I do understand they're being tendered as business records. That has not been solved for the court. And I've got some concerns that once we start getting into all of these records that are simply lists of calls, potential calls to the police, I guess, we start getting into hearsay of what that was. Now, how does that possibly become admissible? Maybe through a witness that has reviewed the records and considered them as part of the investigation, possibly. I'm not even sure if that's possible. So, circling back to where we are with this witness, I understand what the defense plans to do, but I haven't even heard that this witness pulled any records of what she did with them. So I'm not going to say the defense can go ahead and start putting in a whole bunch of police calls. Because if all she did was produce a report or produce a list and give it to somebody, then she's not the witness to ask about this. And even if she was, we need to figure out how exactly any additional police reports might become admissible, or how these police calls might become admissible through that particular witness. So, where I'm in right now, I am very leery of the idea that this is the witness to get this in through. Again, I haven't heard her testimony, so I don't know exactly what she did. But I don't think that every police call made during that period is relevant in this case. So that's directory more than a ruling. So with that, Mr. Sheffield, you ready to proceed with the witness? Let's go ahead and get the witness seated. Yeah, let's get the witness seated first, then we'll get the panel.
Okay, as we're waiting for the members of this jury to come back into the courtroom, I have a question for our guest on the program today. Trial attorney and former prosecutor Walter Gabriel is joining us from Atlanta, Georgia. Walter, great to have you. Tell me, do you think that these calls the defense wants to get into evidence should be allowed in?
No, the spirit of what they're trying to create is not actually reflective of what was actually going on. Essentially, the argument is going to be there was all this concern within the community of suspicious persons calls and concerns, and so the McMichaels and the third defendant had to do something about it. When in fact these suspicious calls are no more or less than what any community gets to 911 calls on a regular basis. So I think it would. I think it would needlessly drag this trial on for extra days on how many calls they'd present to the jury. And I don't think I don't think the relevance would exceed the misleading effect of what they're trying to present.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what the defense is trying to get at essentially is that this neighborhood was on edge, that the Santilla Shores neighborhood was on edge with lots of reports of crime happening, and so they want to use that to kind of help the jury understand the mindset of these defendants. But where does the line need to be drawn? You know, it was already addressed how many calls happened, you know, in the weeks prior to this February incident. So at what point are we getting too far afield, right, Walter?
Right, and the suspicious person calls were all over the place. They weren't related to this particular building or this incident, which the McMichaels say they were chasing the victim for.
Walter Gabriel, thank you, the crime scene specialist.
Yes,
on
I'm
cross.
Jason Sheffield. No, we haven't had that. I wanted to make sure that I understood your testimony, and I may not have.
Okay.
As part of the responsibilities that you took on in the case, did it also include gathering some data on the type of police calls that were made from the residents in Santilla Shores?
The reports that I picked up,
Yeah. Were you charged with populating or obtaining a list of the types of 911 calls that were made by the residents of the Satilla Shores neighborhood.
I picked up the reports, that's all I did with them, and then transported them.
Okay, so you
and
went
put them-
down to the Glenn County Police Department
Yes,
and picked up a number of reports that had
Yes.
been printed off for the GBI
yes,
that contained various 911 calls made by the residents of Satilla Shores.
yes.
All right, did you review those reports?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you in any way categorize them or list them out in terms of the types of calls that they were?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you literally got a stack of papers and took it and gave it to somebody?
Yes.
Okay, and who'd you give those to?
Those went to the case agent.
Would that be Richard Dial?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
No questions.
No questions.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down. You are released for the day, but subject to recall.
Okay.
Well, let's get started with the witness. We may break in the middle.
The state calls Special Agent Richard Dial.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go to seat.
Go ahead and state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Sure, it's Richard Dial, D-I-A-L.
All right, and how are you currently employed?
I'm Assistant Special Agent in Charge with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, assigned to the Region 14 Field Office. That's in Kingsland, Georgia, in Camden County. And our area covers Glenn County.
All right, go ahead and tell the jury about your training and background being a special agent for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Certainly. I've been a special agent or an agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for approximately 20 years. I began as a narcotics agent, focusing on illegal narcotics in the state. I then transitioned about 18 years ago to a special agent assigned to this field office in Kingsland. My training includes the basic training that all special agents go through, which includes basic law enforcement training to be certified in the state of Georgia. I've also had extensive training in interviews and interrogations, in crime scene processing. I've attended the National Forensic Academy, and I am now currently in the Command College as part of my training.
All right, so how many cases do you think you've worked over the years?
I couldn't hazard a guess. In 20 years, quite a few.
Hundreds?
Yes, easily.
All right, so specifically, what does a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation do as part of their daily routine or daily job duties?
A special agent, our main task is to assist local law enforcement in the investigation of crimes. There are certain crimes in the state of Georgia which we have original jurisdiction on, like narcotics. So there are special agents who focus on those aspects. Those affect the state as a whole. But in general, especially in field offices where I work, the role of a special agent is when local law enforcement they need more assistance, or they feel that a case would be better worked by an outside agency. They contact us, and then an agent is assigned. This agent then begins an investigation to gather the facts in the case to make a determination as far as whether or not the case should proceed.
All right, so you have arrest powers.
We do, yes.
Okay. And when you're asked to come into a jurisdiction, have they already started the case, or does it just depend?
Generally, it depends. Obviously, we normally prefer that as soon as they recognize there may be a conflict, that they need assistance, to contact us immediately. That way, we're there at the beginning. That way, it saves time, in my experience with that, and that's always been my preference. However,
Unfortunately, a lot of times in investigations, there doesn't know there's going to be a conflict or that the manpower resources will be necessary until further on in the investigation. So it's not uncommon for us to get involved after an investigation has already been begun by a local agency.
Got it. So I'm going to go ahead and direct your attention specifically to the death investigation for the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery. Did you become involved in that particular investigation?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And what date was that?
Well, we were actually first requested to conduct an investigation into Mr. Arbery's death by the District Attorney's Office on May 5th of 2020. That was the request was made that evening. I was then assigned to that investigation the following morning as the lead case agent.
All right, so when you're talking about the District Attorney's Office, are you talking about Tom Durden out of the Atlantic Circuit?
I am. At that time, he had been assigned that case as the lead prosecutor, and he made a determination that he could utilize the GBI's resources, and he made the request.
All right, so May 6, 2020, you become the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So what's one of the first things you did?
One of the first things I did was, of course, I made sure that I had other agents available to assist me in the investigation. I then wanted to gather what had been conducted as far as investigative-wise by the Glenn County Police Department. So I proceeded to the Glenn County Police Department and obtained a copy of their investigative file, which documents what they had done.
All right, so you basically got the entire Glenn County Police file.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that include the video of the homicide?
It did, yes, ma'am.
Did it include any other videos pertinent to the investigation?
Yes, ma'am. It included body camera from the initial responding officers. It included interviews of, videotaped of the interviews they had conducted by the Glenn County investigators. It also includes surveillance video from several houses involving that day.
And would that include the video from 219 Satilla Drive?
Yes, that's Mr. Olson's residence. Yes, ma'am, it did.
And the video from 224 Satilla Drive?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
And was that Diego Perez's location?
Yes, ma'am.
And Larry English's video from February 23rd at 220 Satilla?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you reviewed all of that?
I did.
Now, the body cam videos by the officers who responded to the scene, you reviewed those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And then the statements given at Glenn County Police Department, you reviewed those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. And also during this point in time, without going into anything anyone said, okay, because we don't want to go into hearsay or anything, did you make contact or attempt to make contact with people who were friends, family, or associates of any of the defendants?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the flip side, did you make contact with people who were friends or family members of Ahmaud Arbery?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, moving forward to May 7th of 2020, what did you do and decide that day?
On May 7th of 2020, I reviewed, I guess I took a stock of what information and evidence I had at that point. I made a determination that I believe there was enough probable cause for the arrest of Travis and Greg McMichael. I prepared an affidavit and warrant and presented to a Superior Court judge for his determination.
We join that objection.
Join.
Specifically relevance to the arrest warrant, or?
All the steps associated with the arrest warrant, is what I was assuming.
We're here under indictment. It's not relevant what he did.
Let's just.
I'll narrow it down. Did you take out arrest warrants for Greg and Travis McMichael?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. Why didn't you take out arrest warrants for Mr. Bryan?
We were still in the process of gathering information involving Mr. Bryan's actions that day.
All right. Had you gotten anything back from the GBI regarding fingerprints at this point in time?
No, ma'am.
Had you gotten anything back about the fibers on Mr. Bryan's truck at this point in time?
No, ma'am.
All right. And at this point in time, had anyone collected the night owl video?
No, ma'am.
So now with regard to Mr. Bryan, who did you assign to make contact with him or his representative?
Assistant Special Agent in Charge Jason Sechrist was the person I appointed as the individual responsible for coordinating the interview with Mr. Bryan.
All right. And once Mr. Bryan's interviews took place on May 11th and 13th, did you review those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
So moving forward to May 19th, between the time of basically May 7th and May 19th, did you have other agents doing other tasks?
Yes, ma'am, quite a few.
Generally describe some of those tasks you had assigned the other agents to work during this period.
We were conducting neighborhood canvasses, interviewing other witnesses that had been identified in the Glenn County Police Department file. We went back and re-interviewed several of those. There was also reviews of various records that we were obtaining from different sources.
And during this time, was Larry English interviewed?
He was, yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to move forward then to May 19th of 2020. Did you have the occasion to execute a search warrant at the location of 230 Satilla Drive?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. And who was living at 230? Who had been living at 230 Satilla Drive?
Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael.
And what was the purpose in executing the search warrant?
To gather evidence in reference to the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 135, 136, 137, and 138. Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Oh, I got ahead of myself there, didn't I? I'm going to show you States 135, 136, 137, and 138. Have you had the opportunity to look at these exhibits before you took the stand today?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I have.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of what's shown in those photographs?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
All right, now we'll go ahead and tender 136, 137, 138, and 135.
I understand there are no objections.
Still no objection.
Okay. All right, they're in. Thank you. Taking a look at State's Exhibit 135, what is the jury looking at here with 135?
This is a picture of 230 Satilla Drive, the residence of Greg and Travis McMichael. This is the front of the residence.
And State's Exhibit 136.
This is another photograph of the residence of Travis and Greg McMichael, focusing to the right and showing the garage that was present.
All right, so now, had Glenn County, during their investigation, collected Greg McMichael's .357 Smith & Wesson revolver?
They had not.
All right, and were you able to locate it at the residence on May 19th, 2020?
We were.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 137. What are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of a Smith & Wesson 686 revolver in the holster. It was located in Greg McMichael's, or in the Greg McMichael's, Travis McMichael's house in the master bedroom closet.
And 138, what are we looking at here?
Once the gun was removed from the holster, it was then photographed. This, again, is the photograph of a 686 Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum pistol that was located in the closet in the master bedroom.
Now, with regard to this, was this sent out to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's crime lab?
It was, yes, ma'am.
And about this time, did you also have other gun items sent out as well?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And what were those?
The Remington 870 shotgun that was utilized by Travis McMichael and was collected by evidence by the Glenn County Police Department. We had collected that from them and taken that to the crime lab, as well as the spent shell casings or shells, shotgun shells from the scene that was collected by the Glenn County Police Department that was also taken to the crime lab.
So I just want to make sure. Glenn County Police Department collected the evidence at the scene on February 23rd, 2020?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then it stayed with them until you transported it to the crime lab in May?
One of my agents, yes, ma'am.
May 21st, 2020, take out an arrest warrant for Mr. Bryan.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
May 21st, 2020, was a search warrant executed at his location, as house?
It was.
What was the address there?
The address of Mr. Bryan's residence that the search warrant was conducted at was, excuse me just a second, 307 Buford Road.
Burford or
Burford? I'm sorry, it's Burford.
Are you going to say Buford the entire
I
time?
probably will, and I apologize, it's Burford.
But prior to that, the GBI had already collected the night owl video, is that right?
We had collected the video, we had made a copy of the video that we were able to get. However, this search warrant, we actually seized the actual hard drive which it was contained on, because the original copy we got had some data flaws in it. So we collected the actual hard drive.
All right, so that we could have clean copies.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And during this time, were you also then given the ROCIC enhanced videos by Caitlin Nguela?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Now, having reviewed all of the defendant's statements, were you able to make a determination to a certain degree of accuracy, the path that each of the parties had kind of taken, meaning Mr. Bryan, the McMichaels in the white pickup truck, and Mr. Arbery during the incident, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 299 and 300.
Yes.
Take a look at 299 and 300 and see if you're able to recognize those two exhibits.
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the paths of travel that you determined were appropriate for the parties in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence States 299 and 300.
No objection.
No objection.
So when looking at States 299, what's the jury looking at here?
This is a map showing the path of Ahmaud Arbery on the afternoon of his death. You want me to explain it?
Yes, please. Go ahead and explain it.
As you'll see, the path, this map shows the path beginning at the house under construction that belonged to Mr. English. It shows Mr. Arbery's path south along Satilla Drive past the McMichael residence, which is again denoted on the map. The path again goes down Satilla Drive to the intersection of Holmes, Burford Road, and Satilla Drive actually continues south, or it goes in that direction. That's actually, Satilla Drive actually goes that way. So if you actually continue straight, you're actually on Burford Road. So this shows its path along Burford Road, almost to the intersection of where Burford turns into Zellwood. So to this point, then the path of Mr. Arbery turns back, goes back past Mr. Bryan's house, which again is noted on the map, back to the intersection with Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and Burford, and then shows the path going down down Holmes Road to a location, and then doubling back and coming back again to the intersection where the shooting took place.
All right. Now, based on your review of the statements, do you have any degree of certainty as to how many times Mr. Arbery had to run up and down Burford?
No, ma'am.
Is the form of the question, there's no degree of certainty. He's not an expert witness in path of travel. It's not a scientific measure. He's simply repeating what other people have said to agents.
I'll rephrase the question. Based on having reviewed all of the defendant's statements, can you actually tell this jury how many times Mr. Arbery had to run up and down Burford?
No, ma'am, I cannot.
Having reviewed the defendant's statements, are you able to tell this jury how many times he ran back and forth up Holmes?
No, ma'am, I cannot.
So when we look at State's Exhibit 303, which has already been tendered into evidence, whose path of travel are we looking at here?
William Bryan's path of travel.
And when we look at State's 302, what are we looking at here?
That is Travis and Greg McMichael's path of travel.
Now, with regard to Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael's path of travel, based on their statements, they came down here and went back to Mr. Bryan's house and then continued forward. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. They came down, and then there's back and forth right here where they came forward, then backed up, and then continued around. They followed until they stopped right before Zellwood. There's a pause, and then they continued going to Zellwood and around.
So when we look at State's 300, is this a combination of basically everyone's path of travel?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And when we have Mr. Bryan's path of travel going all the way up here, is this the point where he turns around in the driveway?
Yes, ma'am, when he makes a three-point turn. Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you also produce some additional maps or have us produce some additional maps to assist with your testimony to illustrate the area for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so first off, I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's 301. So taking a look at State's Exhibit 301, are you able to recognize that?
I am, yes, ma'am.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and was that produced by you?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 301.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
So when we're looking at State's Exhibit 301, what's the jury looking at here?
This is a map. It shows primarily Highway 17 coming from the 95 intersection up there. Highway 17 comes down. You will see if you head south on the map, it shows Satilla Shores with the house under construction and then the scene of the actual shooting. And then if you actually go north from 17, over here to Boykin Ridge, where that blue dot is at, that's Mr. Arbery's residence.
All right, so let's go ahead and zoom on in. All right, so what is this?
That is Interstate 95.
And what's this?
That is Highway 17, where you get off at exit 29. That would be Highway 17.
Scooching over a little bit. What do we have right there?
That's Mr. Arbery's residence. Or was his residence?
And then move over this way. What is it that we have here going this way?
That's Fancy, you're talking about Fancy Bluff Dry Road right there that comes out?
And where does it lead into?
It is right across the street from the entrance into Satilla.
And so this area down here, this would be Satilla Shores.
Yes, ma'am.
And this whole neighborhood over here is called what?
Fancy Bluff.
And this neighborhood here, what's this one called?
Royal Oaks.
Now, did you go ahead and measure the distance from Mr. Arbery's residence at 140 Boykin Ridge Drive to the house under construction?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And how far was that?
1.8 miles.
Now, with regard to some other maps, I'm going to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 309, 310, and 311. So Special Agent Dial, handing you 309 through 311. Take a look at those. Are those fair and accurate Google Maps of the locations we've been talking about?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And do they feature the numbers of the locations?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence States 309 through 311.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
So taking a look then at 309. Does this just give us the overview of Highway 17 and Fancy Bluff going into Satilla?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Now, 310, I'm going to zoom in so we can take a look at this. Now, does 310 give us some numbers so we can reference houses?
It does, yes, ma'am.
All right, we're at the bottom of the hour, so we're going to squeeze in a break. Lots more ahead here on Court TV Live, including the Verdict Watch in Kenosha. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. Let's go in together in the courtroom in Brunswick, Georgia, and hear more from this GBI witness.
Stage 313.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
So when we're looking here, first off, what do we have here?
This is the house that was under construction that belonged to Mr. English. It's at 220 Satilla Drive.
All right, and who's across the street?
Across the street is Mr. Olson's residence at 219.
Who is 2 doors down from the construction site?
That would be Diego Perez's residence.
And across the street from them is who?
Subi Lawrence's house.
And down Jones Road, who's there?
Mr. Albenzi's residence.
As we go over, whose house is this?
That's the residence of Greg and Travis McMichael.
And who's next door?
That's Mr. Parr's residence.
And as we move over here, at this particular location, whose house is that?
That's the Alcott's residence.
And where am I pointing right here?
That's the approximate location of where the shooting took place.
And then as we go over here, whose location is this?
That's Mr. Bryan and Miss Elrod's residence.
All right, so I'm going to talk to you briefly about some of the things that were happening during the investigation, okay? I want to specifically talk to you about some of the items that were coming in via the tip line, all right? So you didn't ignore tips coming in from the public, did you?
No, ma'am, we did not.
All right. And how much speculation were you getting from the public as far as tips?
A lot.
Okay. Now, did you personally analyze the video to see if you could hear if Mr. Bryan was cocking a handgun during the chase and videoing of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, what was your opinion?
That there is a metallic sound on the video, but it was not consistent with someone racking the slide of a handgun or cocking a handgun.
Okay. Now, did the Glenn County Police Department search Mr. Bryan's vehicle?
They did not.
Did they impound Mr. Bryan's vehicle?
They did not.
Did they even pat Mr. Bryan down?
No, ma'am, they did not.
And Mr. Bryan was allowed to go home before he ever went to Glenn County PD to give a statement.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
And he took his truck home with him, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
All right. Now, did you download Mr. Bryan's truck computer system, like kind of the airbag control module?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, we downloaded his the computer as part of his truck. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did it help at all with anything?
No, ma'am, it did not.
All right, so we talked about Larry English being interviewed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So then did you also interview Officer Rash?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you review the police report from February 11th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you also review Officer Rash's body cam video from that day?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you obtain the Satilla Shores Facebook page records?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Did you look through them?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to find any posts at all by Larry or Amy English that included videos or still images of Mr. Arbery inside 220?
No, ma'am.
So no posts at all?
No, ma'am.
Now, did you note that on December 7th, 2020, Renee Herndon, who had guns stolen out of her unlocked car, did post some images?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Okay. And that was determined to be a white person?
I viewing it, I can't make a determination on race on the picture. It's a picture, it looks like of a video screen. It was in bad quality.
Okay. Bad quality, you couldn't really tell.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you attempt to obtain the actual video file of the Herndon's recordings?
Yes, ma'am. I queried Glenn County Police Department during the initial report. They have been unable to recover the video.
Okay. And with regard to the January 1st, 2020 theft or entering auto of Travis McMichael's unlocked truck and the theft of his handgun out of that on January 1st, 2020, is that still an unsolved case?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Did you recently check to see if that handgun was recovered?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Was it recovered?
It has not been recovered.
All right. At this time, I believe we're going to go ahead and publish State's Exhibit drone videos.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. We will continue with the evidence at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
So rise for the jury. Seated.
All right, Agent Dell, you can go ahead and step down. Make sure that you're back in about 10 minutes or so just to be seated. I remind you under oath, you are under oath. Please do not discuss your testimony with anybody.
I will, yes, sir.
All right, we're in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. And, Your Honor, I believe you have my tweets. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, they're going to have a quick recess in Brunswick, Georgia, about 15 minutes. The state's case is winding down. We really could see them resting their case in chief either today or maybe tomorrow morning. And then it will be time for the defense cases if they so choose. And we expect them all to really be presenting a robust defense on behalf of their respective clients. Also, want to make mention, this jury's been out for almost 4.5 hours in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The only thing we've heard is them asking for individual copies of jury instructions. So we're going to squeeze in a break. We're going to analyze what we know so far about both of these cases for you next here on Court TV Live. We're on that verdict watch. It may come down this afternoon in Kenosha. Two major cases for you. Of course, we're in Kenosha, Wisconsin on a verdict watch in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And so far, the jury's been out 4 hours, 30 minutes and counting. The only thing they've asked for is extra copies of the jury instructions. They wanted to make sure they had a copy for each member of the jury. 12 people total, 6 alternates, 7 women, 5 men on this jury, deliberating right now and deliberating through lunch. They had some pizza that was brought in, and they continued to be able to discuss the case while they were eating. In the meantime, we want to get you an update on the case that's happening in Brunswick, Georgia, the case over the killing of jogger Ahmaud Arbery. Court is on a brief recess there, and the state is winding down. Let's bring in legal correspondent Julia Janae. She's live with the very latest. Julia, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Julie. Winding down indeed. We could be very close to hearing the prosecution in this case saying that they rest, meaning we would move then into the defense case. And that would start out with Kevin Goff giving an opening statement, because he never gave one at the beginning of this case. We're on witness number 23 right now. The medical examiner has already gone today testifying about the autopsy, the cause of death in this case, and some details about the shotgun firing, the bullets that went through Ahmaud Arbery's body. And there's something that we're hearing often in this case and today in the arguments outside the presence of the jury. That has to do with opening the door. The state actually had some more witnesses yesterday that they wanted to call to talk about Ahmaud Arbery being a runner, an avid runner, someone that they saw run all the time, day and night, and around the area of Satilla Shores, where he was on the day that he was then chased by the McMichaels and William Roddy Bryan. Those witnesses did not come in, so their list was cut short. And that was after the judge made a ruling on whether or not the state would be opening the door. The defense first said, if you bring in these witnesses to talk about running, there's something that we haven't done during this case in chief that would allow you to do that. Take a listen.
We didn't put in evidence that Mr. Arbery walked in the neighborhood. The state did. So I thought we weren't getting into Mr. Arbery's intent in the neighborhood that day, Mr. Arbery's intent in the house that day. The court forbid us from putting in evidence about those things. So what's the relevance of the state's witnesses to say that he's a jogger? The court's already ruled that's irrelevant.
The judge agreed that this would be rebuttal evidence, and that if the prosecution actually brought in that evidence, they would be in danger of opening the door to allow the defense to bring in that evidence that they tried to get into the pretrial stage and they were excluded from doing. That includes the probation status of Ahmaud Arbery and the fact that he had some arrests and convictions in his past. That has not come in front of this jury, but there was the danger of the state allowing that to happen if they brought in someone to say that he was a runner by habit and that was his nature.
Appreciate you explaining that for us, Julia. Yeah, both sides here really have to be careful with so many of those pretrial motions that the court has ruled on, and so as not to violate them and open up the door. I know you've been watching all of that carefully, and really since this case was charged. I want to ask you about some other motions, some mistrial motions, and we keep seeing one in particular being resurrected by Kevin Goff on the basis of some people in the courtroom that he just doesn't want to be there. What's going on with that?
This was two-phase yesterday, Julie. This did start with a motion from Kevin Goff telling the court he didn't want the Reverend Jesse Jackson being in the gallery. That was during the morning break. But then there was something that happened before the lunch break that made these other defendants join in the motions, and they said they were constrained to join, seeming that they were reluctant to make that same argument that Goff did. But it had to do with an emotional moment that happened in the courtroom. If we can take a look at what was happening, there was a witness on the stand. We just mentioned those lay witnesses that the prosecution wanted to bring in. Carol Flowers there, she's a neighbor. She was going to testify about Ahmaud Arbery's running, but because that got limited, she was just to bring in the in-life photo. And Wanda Cooper-Jones, Ahmaud Arbery's mother, you see her there in the back of the court, she started crying, and it became audible in the courtroom. It was just so hard for her to see that photo of her son. It seemed like it was unexpected for her to see him in life like that. And it was to the point that the judge asked this jury to then step out because he could hear something of a commotion in the back of the courtroom. And that prompted these defense attorneys to then make an argument on the record that that moment was prejudicial against this jury. It created a situation where they could no longer be fair because they were obviously connecting with this jury. Here's how the prosecution countered that motion for a mistrial from all three of these defendants.
This was minor weeping in the back, and the court took immediate curative action. Additional action can be taken to instruct the jury there to ignore any sort of emotional outbursts that take place. And at this time, Judge, we ask that you deny any sort of mistrial based on the outburst, well, it really wasn't an outburst. It was, in the state's position, it was kind of a gulp and a weep, like that. And that was basically all it was that the state heard. So I just want to make sure that characterization, it wasn't somebody shouting, it wasn't somebody, as they say, falling out hysterical, nothing along those lines at all. So we ask that you deny any motion for mistrial on that basis.
And the outcome of all of this, the judge said that emotions in the courtroom are not unexpected and they're not unreasonable. And he said he exercised his discretion in sending the jury out. So those motions for mistrial were denied, Julie.
All right. Julia Janae live for us in Brunswick, Georgia. Thank you so much for your reporting. And I know the jury's going to be back there in probably just a few minutes. So what we're going to do is take a break. My time is done here. Judge Ashley Wilcott will be here next, walking you through the next 3 hours of our Court TV programming. And want to say a special thank you to our guest analyst over the last 2 hours, Attorney Walter Gabriel. He's been standing by in Atlanta, Georgia, watching along with us, giving us some commentary. A big thank you to him for lending us his insight. We also are going to continue on that verdict watch in Kenosha, Wisconsin in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. This jury out for 4 hours, 40 minutes and counting. As soon as we hear anything from that jury deliberation room, you will hear it first right here on Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. It's been great being with you.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott. Good Tuesday afternoon. So appreciate you joining us this afternoon, where we are covering two big trials. First of all, in the state of Wisconsin versus Kyle Rittenhouse. If you look on your screen, you see the jury is out. They have been deliberating now about 4 hours and 45 minutes, and certainly we're going to keep you posted on what is going on. If they have any questions or coming back to the courtroom, we'll take you there live. In the meantime, we want to go to Brunswick, Georgia, and take you back to that trial in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, where the two McMichaels and Brian are on trial. Let's go back to live court.
All rise for the jury.
The lead investigator is on the stand right now. Everyone's standing up because the jury is entering the courtroom and we expect the testimony to resume. There's the witness. Let's watch.
Stand.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence from the state.
Thank you, Judge. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and publish the drone videos that were in State's Exhibit. What number? Don't want to say the wrong number. Oh, it's 128. So State's Exhibit 128. In State's Exhibit 128, we have the first movie, which says Arbery Path 1. So Special Agent Dial, whose house are we looking at right there?
That first house is Mr. Olson's house, and then it turns and you'll see the edge of Mr. English's property. The house is under construction. I believe it's fixing to turn and face it. The drone is proceeding south on Satilla Drive. You'll see Mr. Parr's residence right here, and we just passed the McMichael residence. I believe it'll turn. This for sale sign up, that's going to be the Parr residence to your right. We're continuing down Satilla Drive, coming to the intersection of Holmes Road and Burford Drive. That's the intersection I was referring to. Holmes Road is to your left in the screen. Satilla Drive actually takes curves to the right where that vehicle is. That's Satilla Drive where Burford is straight ahead. This is, again, facing homes. You'll see the Alcott's driveway there in the picture. The drone is now turned back, so you have Satilla Drive going to your right, and Burford is going to be the road to your left. Now it's facing down Burford.
Arbery Path 2 being published.
This takes over where the other video left off. This is facing down Burford. So you're heading south. The drone is still traveling south on Burford, but to your left is Mr. Bryan's residence. I believe it'll. That is Mr. Bryan's residence. The drone is continuing south on Burford. It's continuing south on Burford at the if you look down in the far distance and it'll get closer, it's the intersection with Zellwood when Burford turns into Zellwood. And then around this curve to the left is going to be Zellwood. There, that is Zellwood. All right, now we're heading back north on Burford.
Publishing, Arbery Path 4. Now, despite it being 2 and 4, does this pick up right where we left off?
It does, yes, ma'am.
And where are we heading now?
Sorry, we're still heading north on Burford,
Toward?
Satilla Drive and intersection with Holmes Road. It's going to be Mr. Bryan's residence directly to your right. Then we're continuing north on Burford, headed to the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive.
And that is drone video of the route that Ahmaud Arbery ran on the day that he was killed by the 3 defendants in this case and then accused of his murder. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back on the other side. All right, welcome back, straight back into court, where the lead GBI special agent is still testifying as to video drone images of Satilla Shores neighborhood.
Now looking at DJI-0003. What do we have here?
This is a overhead view using the drone shooting down of Satilla Drive as it comes in from 17. You're heading south down Satilla Drive. The house at the top on the right is the residence belonging to Mr. English that's under construction. And Mr. Olson's residence, of course, across the street on your left. You're traveling on south down Satilla Drive. This is the intersection again of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and Burford.
Now publishing DJI-0004.
This is a video involving, you can see Mr. Olson's house again. Now you're looking south of Satilla Drive. The construction site, residence under construction by Mr. English is on your right. The road to your left there is Jones Road. Again, we're moving south on Satilla Drive. The residence to the right with the truck in the driveway, the far right of the screen, that's the McMichael's residence. Not that one.
So not this one with the...
Not this
posting
one.
on the tree.
Yeah, it's further down.
And not this red brick one.
It is not, no, further down. That is the McMichael residence on your left that's coming up.
Now, what are we doing here?
The drone is turning back, looking north on Satilla Drive, going back towards the residence that's under construction.
I'm going to pause it here.
And it's showing a point of view from the roadway, what is visible from in front of the McMichael's house in the roadway of the residence that's under construction. So this is what would be visible if you were standing in the road in front of the McMichael's residence, looking back towards the residence that's under construction.
I paused the video at 2 minutes and 9 seconds. And this is what you're talking about, the red porta potty down here in the white trailer?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, agents were standing in the road running the drone, and this is the drone actually landing. And then they're going to pick up the drone.
That house there?
That is Mr. Olson's house.
Now Brian Rout, or our Brian Rout. Where are we now?
You are in Mr. Bryan's driveway. This is the drone moving from the driveway onto Burford. This is pulling out in the road, looking south on Burford. This is looking north on Burford, like you're heading back towards the intersection of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and Burford. This is a picture of Mr. Bryan's residence, as it zoomed to show you. And the drone is now facing north on Burford, heading back towards the intersection of Stilla Drive, Burford, and Holmes Road. Again, this is the intersection. Satilla Drive would continue to the dead end to your left. And this is the intersection here. That is Satilla Drive where it would dead end. If you continued on Stilla Drive past that intersection, continued on Stilla Drive, that would be the road you'd be going down. And that is Satilla Drive as it comes in from 17. And that's Holmes Road. You'll see the Alcott's driveway on the right, as well as the pavement continuation on the left there. That's invisible in the video Mr. Bryan shot, as well as the mailboxes directly to the left in the video, or depicted in Mr. Bryan's video. You're now continuing east on Holmes Road. You'll see the blue mailbox I mentioned earlier on the left. Again, this is visible in Mr. Bryan's video when he first starts the video, as well as when he turns his vehicle back around and picks the video back up. The camera back up. You're continuing east on Holmes Road, headed towards its intersection with Zellwood.
Continuing direct examination of Richard Dial. We're going to take an opportunity while they're showing some things we've seen. We'll be right back on the other side here on Court TV Live. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott, honored to be with you. I want to point out we are in verdict watch. You can see on your screen 5 hours, 16 minutes. The jury has now been deliberating in the case out of Wisconsin against Kyle Rittenhouse. Certainly, as soon as we have any news from that trial, we will take you live there. In the meantime, we want to pivot and return to Brunswick, Georgia, where the continuing direct examination of the lead GBI agent is still underway in that Brunswick County courtroom. Let's go back.
I need one moment, Your Honor, to find a specific photograph. So, you mentioned a couple of times that part that comes out across from the Alcott's driveway.
Yes, ma'am.
That's sort of paved into the grass.
Yes, ma'am. Looks like an extension of the asphalt coming out.
All right, so I want you to take a look at what's already been tendered and admitted here as States 54. So when we look at States 54, is that what we're talking about this extension of the asphalt right here?
Yes, ma'am. That's the same extension that's depicted on the drone video.
So when we look here, we come over this way, and it goes this way. There seems to be like a drainage thing there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when I showed this picture here, is this more of this person's driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so is it fair to say when these people pull in here, they're pulling into their driveway here?
It appears to be, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is where the white truck was originally parked in
Yes,
the video?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, specifically with regard to States 190, I want you to, we're going to go through it, I want you to inform the jury about a couple of things, especially about what they're hearing, okay?
That's the blue mailbox I was referencing earlier. That is a vehicle passing. I believe it's the McMichael's vehicle passing.
Can't see it. Let me ask you a question. At any point in time, did Mr. Bryan indicate that some other vehicle other than the McMichael's pickup truck passed him?
He did not.
Did he indicate there were any other vehicles on this road on Holmes at any other time?
No, ma'am, he did not.
What is the one vehicle he did talk about?
The McMichael's truck.
What did Mr. Bryan say there?
You know what? I'm going to keep going.
All right, so stopping here at 1 minute 07. What do we have right here?
That's the first mailbox that I spoke about in the drone video as you're going on Holmes towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive in Burford.
Back this up a
Yeah,
little bit.
sorry, so you missed it quick.
All right, have it real fast. All right, so where are we with our blue mailbox?
The blue mailbox is in the video to the right of the trash can. There you go. Yes, ma'am. That is it.
So, you see the blue mailbox, Mr. Arbery turns around.
Yes, ma'am.
And now, Brian's coming back down.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that clicking noise? I'll back it up.
I'm sorry. I was paying attention to the video. But it's like a seatbelt unhooking.
And what are we looking at right here?
Those are the mailboxes I was referencing in the drone video when we first came from the intersection of Satilla Drive and Burford. I pointed out the mailboxes. That's them.
That was State's Exhibit 19. Now, we've talked about your investigation. Did it continue, meaning was it an ongoing investigation, not just in May, but into June, July, and continued on?
Yes, ma'am.
I may have one moment, Your Honor. At this time, I will go ahead and pass the witness, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
No question. I think I've changed my mind. I do have a few questions.
Good afternoon, Agent Dial.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goff.
I can't see your vantage point, so if you don't mind, may I look at what you're doing up here with this video thing? Okay, so you've got like a computer there, and is there a mouse? How do you toggle the video?
I was not.
Who was doing that?
Who was doing that?
I'm impressed. Okay, so if I asked you to go back through those, you couldn't do that.
As far as the order that they were shown in?
If I asked you to replay parts of what you just played to the jury, you can't do that.
No, sir, because I didn't play them for the jury.
So I would have to enlist Ms. Donikowski's assistance to do that?
All I can tell you, sir, I did not play them for the jury. I don't have them in my possession. I don't know how to work that machine.
So the video demonstration there, that was by Ms. Donikowski, not by you?
I think she played video that I had provided her. Yes, sir. But you're asking if you want me to play it for you, I can obtain my file, bring my computer in here and play it for you. However, this is not my system to operate, nor did I operate it a few minutes ago. But yes, I provided her with those drone videos that you saw.
So let me, if I understand correctly, you can do what Ms. Gunikowski just did. We would just need a short recess for you to do it yourself?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Because you can understand the awkwardness of asking Ms. Gunikowski to assist me. All right, Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to take
State
a
would be
short
more
break.
than happy to double click on the videos for Mr. Goff.
Well, yeah, there are videos in evidence. We're just playing the videos?
She's also operating the drone. Did I not understand that?
Right, they're recorded.
Oh, well, that's, Your Honor, we'd still like the officer to be able to do that himself.
Do
To
what?
replay portions of those videos. Or if Ms. Gunikowski wants to help me, that's fine.
What would you like me to replay?
I guess I'll ask, okay, let's go back to Mr. Arbery's path as it goes by Mr. Bryan's residence.
Publishing Arbery path number 2.
Okay, this video, you want me to explain it, what you're seeing, or?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, this video is going down Burford from the intersection of Satilla Drive and Holmes Road.
Very good. And the drone is moving at what speed?
I do not know.
All right, and what's walking speed?
Depends on the individual.
Well, let's say 3 miles an hour. What does that translate to?
3 miles an hour? 3 miles an hour?
3 miles an hour is how many feet per second?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, if you don't, you know I don't. All right. So how far down are we from Mr. Bryan's house at this point?
Mr. Bryan's house should be coming up on the left, I believe, sir. Right there it is on your left, so it's going to come up.
And we're going to pan to the left when we get up there?
I believe, yes, sir. I believe this video does pan to the left when you get to his residence.
All right. And when we get there, Ms. Dunkowski, if you could stop it for a moment. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. All right.
Okay.
No, just leave it there for a moment if you don't mind. That would be great. And I'm so grateful.
Oh, I'll get it where it's focused. This is stop hit 101.
Thank you so much. Officer Dial, this drone image is taken some months after the actual incident itself?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And of course, technically, Mr. Bryan no longer lives there because he no longer has a house.
I don't know if he has a house or not, sir. I don't know what his current relationship with that property is.
All right, but putting that aside, your testimony would be that that's a fair and accurate depiction of what the house would have looked like in February of 2020?
My testimony is that's a fair and accurate depiction of what the house looked like when I was conducting this investigation and exploring this. I was not in front of his house in February of
All right, well, this is an image in daylight, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right, and the lighting's probably about the same as it was on February 23rd, 2020?
Well, I wasn't there on February 23rd, 2020, but it was daylight then and it's daylight now.
All right. Now, on the actual day in question, as Mr. Arbery comes by Mr. Bryan's house, he sees a few additional things that you don't see there, am I correct?
Well, this is the vantage point from, would have been Mr. Arbery's vantage point.
Yes.
Not Mr. Bryan's vantage
Yes.
point.
And at this point, Mr. Bryan's yard actually extends back 20 or 30 feet?
I didn't measure, but
Okay.
it could be, yes, sir.
All right. It's not a small yard, is it? I guess that's relative.
Yes, sir.
Bigger than some, smaller than others.
Yes, sir.
All right. So as Mr. Arbery's jogging by or running by, however you want to describe it, not trying to put words in your mouth, he's going to see Mr. Bryan on the front porch, is he not?
I don't know if he saw Mr. Bryan on the front porch or not, sir.
Did you look at the night owl video?
I did see the night owl video, yes, sir, but I don't know if he saw Mr. Bryan on the front porch. I'm sure he saw the house, but I can't say who he recognized there and who he didn't or who he didn't see.
Because there's a big tree in the front yard.
No, sir, because I'm not Mr. Arbery running on that day under those circumstances.
Okay. Well, if someone's standing and walking where Mr. Arbery is on the street, has a pretty good view of the house, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And other than the tree, of course, a pretty good view of the porch.
Yes, sir.
So a person standing or moving where Mr. Arbery is, as he comes by Mr. Bryan's residence, other than the tree, has a pretty good view of Mr. Bryan if he's working on the porch.
Well, it depends on where Mr. Bryan was at working on the porch, sir. And I guess they could have a view of him. That's entirely possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And on the day in question, we know that the garage was open, do we not?
Yes, sir, I believe it was.
Okay. And there's a pickup truck, one that used to belong to Mr. Bryan, in the front yard, is there not, in the driveway?
Yes, sir, that's visible from the video.
With some lumber in the back.
Yes, sir, I believe it is.
And there's music playing.
Possibly, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anything about that scene depicted on this video, or anything about the things we've talked about that would have been there that are not actually visible? Is there anything there that a reasonable person walking or running to or from down the street would find threatening or menacing?
Are you talking about a person that would just be walking down the
A
street?
reasonable person. We know you can't talk about what's in Mr. Arbery's mind, but
No.
a reasonable person walking down the street, looking to the left at Mr. Bryan's residence, with him out front, with the music playing, with the pickup truck in the yard, is there anything about that image that would strike a reasonable person as being threatening or menacing?
It depends on if they've had any prior contact with Mr. Bryan, sir. You mean just someone who's not familiar with anything going on, just walking down the road?
Yep.
I suppose not, sir.
Someone who doesn't know Roddy Bryan from Adam's House Cat. Anything threatening about this image?
Objection at this point, not relevant and asked and answered in speculation.
The whole video is speculation, but I'll move on.
Objection to inappropriate commentary and counsel testifying.
Move on, Mr. Goff.
I'll move on. Can you go and play the path of Mr. Arbery up Holmes again? I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to. I'm asking you, but I really didn't ask you.
I believe Ms. Burton is coming to your rescue, sir.
Ms. Burton's coming to my rescue? Awesome.
Just don't touch the screen.
You know I won't touch the screen.
Arbery Path 4. This one? Right.
If we can't, that's okay.
That's going to be Mr. Bryan's house to the right.
All right.
That's the intersection.
All right. Now, this video shows Mr. Arbery's path up and down Holmes.
It shows coming from Holmes back towards, it shows coming Burford to the intersection with Stilla Drive and Holmes Road. Holmes Road is going to be on your right.
So, okay.
Mr. Arbery would have been running that way, yes, sir.
All right. So this basically shows us your understanding of Mr. Arbery's path up and down Holmes.
He will get to Holmes. He's not on Holmes yet, but it shows the path he would have seen as running, yes, sir. Now, up and down, I don't know how many times he went up and down, but this is taking that path.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay, this is coming towards the intersection. That is Holmes Road. to your right.
Thank you. So this is the drone going up Holmes.
It's fixing to, yes, sir. It's at the intersection of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and then Burford is behind the drone. Now it's going down Holmes Road. Well, it will be
now
shortly.
we're flashing at the
Yeah,
sign.
sign, but it's going down there.
And then you were talking about a blue mailbox.
Yes, sir, it's on down the way a little bit. You'll see it in a minute.
Okay.
That's the regular mailbox on the left that you see in the video. The blue mailbox is in the far distance there on the left. It'll come up shortly.
Okay.
That's going to be the blue mailbox there on the left as it comes up.
All right. Can we go a little further and then stop for a moment? All right. Now, in this drone, the drone is going to turn around in a moment, come back the other way.
It does eventually, yes, sir. I think this one pans to the residence there that the mailbox is with for a little bit, but it will turn and come back, yes, sir.
Well, did Mr. Arbery pan towards the residence? We don't know that.
No, sir, but it was just showing, the drone turns to the left, showing the residence, where the blue mailbox is at and what's around.
All right.
It doesn't leave the road to go towards the house in any
So
way.
the drone is turning around where we think Mr. Arbery turns around?
Where the video shows, when Mr. Bryan's video first starts, you see Mr. Arbery running backwards towards, oh, I'm sorry, I keep bumping that, I apologize. But it is running back towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive. This blue mailbox is visible in that video, so he starts running in this direction.
Okay.
The video phone is then set down, and there's a time that lapses. Then when the phone is picked back up, you see a mailbox on down Holmes Road immediately visible, and then shortly thereafter you see this blue mailbox again, and that's where you see Mr. Arbery.
Okay. I will not touch this screen. Promise. So, what you were referring to a moment ago was that Mr. Arbery turns around somewhere in here between the blue mailbox and this telephone pole in this area?
Probably around in there, yes, sir.
Okay.
So the blue mailbox is just it's a visual indicator easily to see in the video.
Right. And then he's running back?
Yes, sir.
Now, just to clarify, you see this chain link fence here running from this red posted mailbox backwards?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. That's not the end of the road. That's just the end, that's the property line for that particular residence, am I right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Because this road keeps going on well beyond.
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Ms. Burton, can we shift over to the drone recreation of Mr. Bryan's path of travel on Holmes Road?
It would be finished.
Right here. Sorry, I'm having trouble looking in this direction.
This is, I'm sorry. Do you want me to explain what this is?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this is Mr. Bryan as he has made the three-point turn, traveling back down Holmes Road, going back towards the intersection of Satilla Drive. The mailbox you see on the left is visible in his video when the phone is picked back up.
Stop. Stop. Okay.
And
All right,
you'll see
Defendant
that,
Bryan's
mailbox to your
attorney,
left, and the
Mr.
blue
Goff, is
mailbox
questioning
is
this witness for cross-examination. We're going to squeeze in a quick break, but remember, we're covering both of these trials live. We'll take you back to that court, and if we hear anything in the Rittenhouse case, we'll certainly take you back there. Verdict watch, 5 hours, 40 minutes. That's how long the jury has been deliberating. You won't miss a thing here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott. Really appreciate you joining us here as we are covering two trials live that are both some of the game-changing trials in the nation. Let's start first with Wisconsin versus Kyle Rittenhouse. This is the case in which we know he shot and killed two men and injured one other. The question becomes, will it be self-defense and therefore acquitted, or rather, will the jury find him guilty? The jury deliberation clock on your screen, 5 hours, 45 minutes, is how long the jury has been deliberating. Now, there are also lesser included charges, so they could find him guilty of some charges, not guilty of others. We don't know, but certainly as soon as we have any breaking news, any updates, any questions, we will bring them to you here live on Court TV. Now, we also are covering live in Brunswick, Georgia, the case against the McMichaels as well as Brian, and that's Travis and Gregory McMichael, father and son, and William Roddy Brian. We're going to take you back to court where Attorney Goff, who represents the defendant Brian, is cross-examining the lead GBI agent about drone video that he took of the Satilla Shores neighborhood.
According to Mr. Bryan's statement, he overshoots where Mr. Arbery is. Mr. Arbery turns right down Holmes. Mr. Bryan then backs his vehicle up and pursues him down Holmes.
Right, and that's because on this road, Mr. Bryan is well ahead of Mr. Arbery at this point.
Because Mr. Arbery turned to the right unexpectedly down Holmes Road, is my understanding.
But Mr. Bryan is trying to stay ahead after his testimony, right, to Agent Sechrist. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, Agent Sechrist, yes.
Is that Mr. Arbery attempted to get in his truck? You recall that part of the statement?
I recall that as being part of his statement. His indication was that...
Well, I'm not asking you to comment on the truth of another or credibility of another witness.
Okay.
That was what was said, was it not?
During the interview.
Number one, the witness needs to be able to finish his sentence. And number two, arguing with the witness.
Your Honor, it's neither arguing nor the witness nor improperly interrupting to prevent a witness from going into a matter that they can't testify to.
I understand. You're just directing the witness on your question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Bryan has indicated in his last statement, the one to Agent Sechrist, that Mr. Arbery, to him, appeared to be trying to get in his truck.
I believe that was his statement to Agent Sechrist in his last statement, yes.
Right. And there's been all kinds of GBI work on fingerprints and other stuff in this case.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. At this point, Mr. Bryan says that he pulls well ahead of Mr. Arbery, quote unquote, the fastest he's traveled.
Yes, he said he pulls ahead. Mr. Arbery turns to the right down Holmes Road, and then Mr. Bryan decides to pursue him down Holmes Road. That is correct, yes, sir.
So you agree then that technically Mr. Arbery is behind Mr. Bryan but moving towards him?
That's not my understanding of what it's saying. He shoots forward Mr. Arbery and does not go in the direction of Mr. Bryan. He turns right down Holmes Road, proceeds down Holmes Road. It's Mr. Bryan that backs his vehicle up and then pursues Mr. Arbery down Holmes Road.
Because Mr. Arbery has passed Mr. Albenzi with his cell phone and his gun up here 220 Satilla minutes before?
He's passed him with his cell phone, yes, sir. All right. Mr. Arbery comes out of the house under construction. Mr. Albenzi is across the street, if that's what you're saying, yes.
Yes, with his cell phone and his handgun.
He had his cell phone, yes, sir, and I believe he was in possession of a handgun.
But Mr. Bryan doesn't, so far as his statement to Agent Sechrist is concerned, Mr. Bryan has no idea that Mr. Albenzi is out here, does he?
That's correct. I don't remember him mentioning anything about Mr. Albenzi being out there.
So Mr. Bryan then is surprised when Mr. Arbery, instead of proceeding towards the exit of Satilla Shores, turns up Holmes instead.
Okay. I think my understanding of what occurred is different than what you're asking, Counselor.
And I want to find out what you're saying.
My understanding is when Mr. Bryan pulled his truck ahead, Mr. Arbery did not pursue Mr. Bryan on Satilla Drive. He turned right because Mr. Bryan was in front of him at that point.
So Mr. Bryan's in front and Mr. Arbery turns up Holmes?
Yes, away from Mr. Bryan. And then Mr. Bryan backs up and pursues again Mr. Arbery.
So when Mr. Bryan is backing up here,
consistent with your diagram, when he's backing up, he's not backing up at Mr. Arbery because Mr. Arbery's already turned up here.
That's correct, sir. He's backing up trying to get to him.
Okay, all right. And you've already indicated that the previous drone of Mr. Arbery has him turning back just north of the blue mailbox.
That's correct. That's the video that's depicted in Mr. Bryan's cell phone video.
And we know that location because you see Mr. Arbery turn around.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And come back at Mr. Bryan's vehicle.
Come back in that direction, yes, sir.
Okay, not trying to figure out what's in Mr. Arbery's mind, right? But he's coming back towards Mr. Bryan's truck.
Yes, sir. He gets around that curve, changes direction, or appears to be, and come back towards Mr. Bryan's truck, yes, sir.
Right. And then we hear the sound of, I won't even say a truck, a motor vehicle.
A motor vehicle passes, yes.
Passing Mr. Bryan. And in this video, because I don't want to switch back again, back and forth. I don't want to tempt fate here. But in this video, you can tell how fast Mr. Bryan is traveling when Mr. Arbery turns around, can't you?
There is a flash of the speedometer at least one point in the video, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, sir.
But and the video though does not focus on the speedometer the entire time. So at that one moment of time, yes, we can tell how fast the truck is going, but the engine of the truck is revving up and down throughout, so I cannot make an accurate prediction as far as the speed of Mr. Bryan.
Well, I know we've got, I lost count, was it 300, 400, or 1,000 still images from the end of this encounter?
You're talking about the breakdown of the video, is that correct?
From the tragic loss of life at the end of the video. That's been broken down into 1,000 frames?
Yes, sir.
How many frames did you break down the part of the video where Mr. Arbery is coming back at Mr. Bryan?
The entire video was broken down, sir, into individual stills.
Okay. Okay.
If that's your question.
There's at least one still in there where you can see the speedometer in Mr. Bryan's vehicle shows that he's traveling behind Mr. Arbery at 2 to 3 miles an hour.
I believe there is one picture of one instance where you're looking at speedometer, and this is after Mr. Bryan has turned his vehicle around, makes a statement that he's going back after, and will continue on, and then he begins driving, that you see the speedometer. At that point, he is going, I would say, 3 to 5 miles an hour.
So you're telling the jury you can't see the speedometer before Mr. Arbery turns, showing that Mr. Bryan is following him, not chasing him at 2 to 3 miles an hour?
I don't recall that. I recall what I see the speedometer is after Mr. Bryan turns around and goes back towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Stilla Drive.
And in the video, and I don't want to switch videos here, you see a lot of frantic movement on the steering wheel, don't you?
Yes, sir, you do.
But can you tell whether Mr. Bryan's vehicle is actually moving?
During which part? You'd have to take it out the specific part for me, Counselor.
When you see Mr. Arbery turn around and come back towards his vehicle, okay.
Yes, sir.
You then lose sight of Mr. Arbery, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you see hands moving back and forth on a steering wheel.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But it's not clear that the vehicle's actually moving, is it?
There are parts of the vehicle in the video where it appears the vehicle is stationary, especially when he does the three-point turn. It does, to me, sound like the engine is revved up at a large part of the video. Your part you're talking about right after the thing is sit down, yes, sir, it does sound like to me that the vehicle is in motion, if that's your question.
And there's, in fact, a point on the video where you can see the brake, the gas pedal has no foot on it.
I'd have to go back and look at that, sir.
Would that be consistent with Mr. Bryan's foot being on the brake pedal at that time?
It could be, yes, sir. I would, if you see his foot on the brake pedal, it could be, but I don't recall the part of the video you're referring to.
Now, I'm somewhat curious because I thought a moment ago you were suggesting that Mr. Bryan said that I'm going to go on. You recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
And did I hear you tell the jury then that Mr. Bryan turned around, changed direction to go back after Mr. Arbery?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Well, If Mr. Bryan is turning around here to go after Mr. Arbery, then how does he get way down here?
That conversation is made when he's down there, sir.
Is it?
Yes, sir. When he makes that statement. He has already done the three-point turn. You hear him make the statement, then you hear gravel on the vehicles as he's pulling back onto the road. But that statement's made, to my understanding of the video, compared to his statement, at that point where he actually does the three-point turn and makes the left going back towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Still Drive.
So this is the three-point turn where we hear the gravel?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But Mr. Arbery never gets anywhere near that point.
That's not that I can see. That's correct, sir.
I mean, as far as we can piece together, right?
That's right, yes, sir.
Okay. So when you were telling the jury that Mr. Bryan turned around when he said he was going to continue on, when Mr. Bryan said he was continuing on, he had to be going the opposite direction from Mr. Bryan.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to rephrase that, Counselor. You lost me in there in that question.
The truth is that when Mr. Bryan says on the video, I'm going to keep going, Mr. Bryan is going away from Mr. Arbery and away from the McMichael defendants.
No, sir, that's not correct. He turns back towards where he has seen where Mr. Arbery has been running and where the McMichaels have passed in the vehicle. He goes back in that direction.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not, that although it's the long way, this is a path for Mr. Bryan to return to his home?
Going back to Zellwood and coming around, yes, sir.
It's the long way, right?
Yes, sir.
It's not easy turning into the driveway because of the bushes there at the corner, is it?
I've never tried to turn into the bushes from that direction, so I wouldn't know.
But he could go home that way.
Yes, sir, he could.
But going home this way is the shorter way.
Yes, sir, as far as distance-wise.
And it's the easier way.
Certainly the shorter way.
Okay. And when Mr. Bryan comes back down, he gets the video on, am I correct?
The video is playing throughout the time he's making the three-point turn. He picks the video back up. Yes,
right.
sir.
Well, there's no reason for him, there would be no reason for Mr. Bryan to pick the phone up and video him driving back home, would there? That wouldn't make any sense.
I don't know. No, sir, I guess not. I don't know why he would videotape himself going back home. That's for some reason I don't know about.
Unless it's a holiday, do you videotape yourself going back home?
No, sir, not normally.
Okay. So the fact that Mr. Bryan is leaving the cell phone on the seat or on his lap or wherever would be consistent with him going home when he says he's going to keep going.
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't say, the question was consistent. That's not speculation. That's
Restate your question.
So Mr. Bryan leaving his cell phone in his lap or on the seat and not trying to record would be consistent with him going home, with him keep going, as you hear on the video.
No, sir. My understanding was that he put the phone down so he could have both hands to steer his vehicle. Then he had it turned around, and then he picks up the phone once he sees Mr. Arbery. He doesn't turn it off.
Okay. Where in Mr. Bryan's statement to Mr. Sechrist, Agent Sechrist, does he say that?
Say which part, sir? That's my understanding of taking his thing with it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. So when the video comes back on, Mr. Bryan is headed back the other direction.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, you've listened to the video. How many
Yes.
times now?
I couldn't count. A lot.
Probably more than you'd like to.
Very much so, sir.
Okay. What kind of truck does Mr. Bryan drive?
Just give me a second. Let me review my notes with it, sir. I believe he drives a Chevrolet vehicle, but I'd have to check the case file to find out.
Now, that year, that model comes with 3 different engines?
I don't know, sir.
Do you know whether Mr. Bryan's got the souped-up version or he's got the basic version?
I do not know that, sir.
Okay. Well, do you know whether it's an automatic or whether it's a manual?
I'd have to review back the case file. I don't recall offhand.
Well, can you count the number of shift changes, gear changes that Mr. Bryan is making in the video?
I have not tried to count the number of gear changes or shift changes that he's made in the video, no, sir.
Because that would tell you how many times Mr. Bryan could be turning around, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. It would tell you how many times he changed gears.
Well, you can tell when you put a car in park, don't you?
It depends on the car, sir. I can't say I've ever taken any kind of stock of the sound of a car being put in park.
So you basically, you can't tell from listening to that video that your explanation of Mr. Bryant's path of travel is incorrect?
That's incorrect? No, sir. My take of the video is that that's the path of travel. I believe it is correct.
Okay. And the video picks up, where does the video, is it, the video picks up here immediately when he turns around?
Shortly after he turns around, the video picks up very, very quickly after he turns around at the 3-point. That's the reason why you see that mailbox to the left. That's when the video picks up. And then the video is up as he travels, and then you'll see Mr. Arbery by the blue mailbox, which is on towards the curve.
Well, you'd agree if Mr. Bryant continues traveling in the opposite direction from Mr. Arbery, at that point he's given up the chase.
If he would have turned and went down Zellwood, hypothetically, would that mean he'd given up the chase? Yes, sir. But he didn't. He turned and went back towards Mr. Arbery.
Well, we know he turned around.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, he's videoing the path that he's on. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
It's the best, clearest quality video we have on this occasion. It's the only one.
Of the shooting you're talking about? Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's the only video I
Consistent,
know.
and that would be consistent with someone who at this point in time is simply trying to observe the events.
No, I wouldn't say that, sir. No, sir.
It wouldn't be consistent with Mr. Bryan trying to be a witness to whatever is about to happen?
Sir, I don't believe he was just a witness in what happened. So,
Well, I'm not asking you what you believe.
Well, you asked me if it would be consistent, so the answer is
Yes.
no, because he wasn't a witness, therefore videotaping. I don't understand your question.
Okay. If Mr. Bryan, having abandoned the pursuit of Mr. Arbery, had decided he wanted to record what was happening, and he turns around to do that, the video, the last part of that video is consistent with that.
It would be consistent with that or consistent with the fact that he was still pursuing Mr. Arbery, trying to box him in between two different vehicles.
And a jury will have to decide what Mr. Bryan's intentions were at that time. Am I correct?
My understanding is that's their role, yes, sir.
Certainly not your role or mine.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Bryan comes back down, you know what? Start the footage again.
Which one?
Back down the road. No, I take that back. Can you switch to the video?
The video?
The video.
It's going to be in CR 2433 on the 8th.
Is it this one, the 190 Brian cell phone video?
Yeah, we can try that.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Move fast, Miss Burton, no pressure. Keep going, you're good. Stop. That's the K-turn, isn't it?
No, sir, it was back there where you could hear the gravel.
Well, then where's this turn?
I didn't hear a turn, sir.
Well, why are we shifting gears twice at that point?
I don't know if you, I have no idea,
Okay.
sir.
All
I'm
right.
telling you, that's not my understanding
Go ahead.
of where the turn is. You hear the gravel earlier in the video.
Fair enough. I don't want to argue with you. I'm sorry. If I came across the way, my apologies. You can start the video again. Stop. This camera angle, is it looking directly at Mr. Arbery in the truck?
No, sir, it's not.
It's looking to the right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
To the right would be Mr. Arbery's path of escape, would it not?
Could be, yes, sir.
Other than the fact that Mr. Albenzi might or might not be waiting down the street. That's the path out of the neighborhood, is it
That is
not?
the path down Sotillo Drive, yes, sir. That is
Right.
one path outside the neighborhood, yes, sir.
What would be the other path?
Back to Zellwood, going back up.
Okay. From where Mr. Arbery is positioned out there at the end of Holmes, what's the shorter way for him to get out in the neighborhood?
You'll be going up Sotillo Drive.
Okay. And so does it surprise you that Mr. Bryan's got his cell phone pointed that direction as if he's expecting Mr. Arbery to run across the lawn?
That's not how I would interpret that, Counsel.
Fair enough. Go ahead. Stop. Mr. Arbery's moved to the right of the pickup truck.
Yes,
Immediately
going there.
prior to stopping the video. And again, Mr. Bryan's cell phone is pointed at just to the right of the intersection of Holmes and Satilla, correct?
That's the way it's facing at this point, yes, sir, but the camera is drifting around quite a bit. My interpretation is not that it's being pointed in that direction, more so than it's somebody trying to operate a vehicle and hold a phone at the same time. It bounces quite a bit.
Well, we can agree that Mr. Bryan's not winning any awards here for cinematography, correct?
It's bouncing around quite a bit, yes, sir.
But again, Mr. Bryan's got his cell phone pointed to the right, to the exit path, the escape path for Mr. Arbery.
At this instance, yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead. Stop. So again, Mr. Bryan is trying to follow Mr. Arbery's path of travel.
He is that, yes, sir.
So when Mr. Arbery, instead of going to the right to go out of the neighborhood, turns left and towards Mr. McMichael, then Mr. Bryan pivots his camera the other direction.
Again, my interpretation is he's trying to keep the camera on Mr. Arbery, but trying to operate a vehicle, it's drifting around quite a bit. That's my interpretation of it.
All right. And we can agree we'll let the jury decide what Mr. Bryan's intentions were.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. I have no further questions. You've been great.
Any redirect from the state?
No, Judge.
Thank you, Agent. You may step down. You are subject to recall.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, with the state resting, we're going to go ahead and adjourn for the evening. Just because the state has rested does not mean that all of the evidence is in this case necessarily. Again, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else, or go looking for any information about the case, or allow anybody to approach you about the case, or discuss the case even in your presence of hearing until you've heard all of the evidence in the case. You have heard the closing arguments of counsel and received the final charge of the court. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn for the evening. We're going to come back. It's going to shift a little bit tomorrow because there's some matters we're going to have to address before the court. We're going to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So at 10 o'clock, we'll start back up with the evidence in the case. Again, with the instructions I've given you, have a good evening. Thank you for your attention here in the Superior Court of Glenn County. We'll see you in the morning.
All rise for the jury.
All right, breaking news. The state has rested, and I'm going to bring in two special guests, but we're also going to continue, I hope, to watch and monitor because the jury's being excused for the day at the end of the state's case that's been finished, and we'll see whether or not those attorneys have any motions in that case. In the meantime, joining us now, trial attorney Nicholas Fortuna and also criminal defense attorney Jack Rice. Thank you both for your patience, for watching along with us here at Court TV, because this is big news. We're on day 8. There were 23 witnesses called by the state, and the state has rested. And we do see everybody sitting back down. We may go back in a moment to listen in to see whether any motions are going to be made. But Nicholas, if I could please, let me get your reactions to the state's case and the fact that they've rested here on day 8.
Right. So,
oops, give me just a minute if I could. Let's listen to court.
A few things this evening, and then we've got a little bit of time tomorrow morning to address a few more things, whatever may come up. Also tomorrow morning, just as a heads up, what I normally do with defendants with regard to their right to testify in this case, I generally put them up with their lawyer and walk them through their right and what their decision is to ensure that whatever that decision is has been made voluntarily. Normally I do that before we get into the defendant's case. So I'll plan to do that unless I hear from counsel and you wish to do it differently, but I do like to get, before we get into the case, what the defendant's decision is with regard to their right to testify. Okay, so we can wait until tomorrow to work through the details of that. I just want to make sure that we're clear about it. What I'd like to do is need to move through a couple things. I'd like to take any motions or other matters that may be appropriately before the court with the state having rested. I've got at least 3 matters that Mr. Goff has before the court, 2 motions for reconsideration, and the motion with regard to the exclusion of certain individuals within the court. Let's take a short recess, and are the parties prepared to move forward with motions with the state having rested? Or do you wish to address that in the morning?
Speaking for Greg McMichael, in the morning, I don't think it would take very long. I could do it today, but a night's rest and a 10-minute argument, maybe 15.
Yeah, I just don't want to push too far into the morning, is the thing.
I'm at the court's discretion, whichever you prefer.
All right, let's go ahead and do those motions tomorrow morning. Let me go ahead and address then other matters then that are before the court. We're going to just take a short recess. I'll address the 2 motions for reconsideration, Mr. Goff's other motion that was filed this morning, then any other matters that may be before the court. And then tomorrow morning, I'll go ahead and address any motions appropriate after the state is rested, as well as make sure that I'm clear, or everyone's clear, I should say, on how we're going to address the defendant's right to testify and make sure that's appropriately on the record. All right, let's take 10 minutes.
All right, the judge has taken a 10-minute break. It's a perfect opportunity for us to regroup because there's a lot to break down in this case. Still with me when we come back on the other side, we'll have Nicholas Fortuna and Jack Rice, as well as Julia Janae, our legal correspondent, who's covering this live in Brunswick. We'll be right back here on Court TV Live.